466. Wearisome for thought, and many philosophers seem to have taken over the task of vindicating this opinion. On the contrary, others have constantly said that sane philosophy or sane metaphysics is the clearest and simplest thing in the world. Now the positive sciences could not give rise to such contradictions. The method adopted in the exposition of a science, the clarity or the obscurity of the style, the choice of notations or of terminology, may make it more or less difficult to understand. But these things do not completely invert the order of the difficulties, reduce the most important heights attained by the science to the level of elements, or regard as most important those notions which others consider elementary. This clearly shows us that philosophy cannot be compared to science, in the sense that it would form either the first or the last step of the latter. It is the product of another faculty of the intelligence which, in the sphere of its activity, is exercised and perfected in a way which is peculiar to it. It is also something less impersonal than science. Science is identically transmitted by oral teaching and in books, it becomes the common inheritance of all minds and soon loses the stamp of the exceptional mind which created or enlarged it. In the order of philosophical speculations, developments of thought are awakened only by the thought of others. These developments always preserve a personal character which obliges everyone to set up his own philosophy. Philosophical thought is much less under the influence of the forms of language than is poetic thought, but it still depends upon language, while science is transmitted from one language to another without any modification. 323. When we distinguish religion, morality, poetry, history, philosophy, and science as answering to different faculties in our nature, this does not mean that these faculties can be developed with absolute independence and that there is nothing to mark strong connections or even intimate penetrations among them. The anatomist has reasons for distinguishing the arterial, venous, lymphatic, and nervous systems in the structure of the human body. This distinction is not a pure mental construct, devised to facilitate the description and the study of a complicated whole. It has a natural basis in essential differences of composition, texture, and functions. Nevertheless, these different systems influence each other reciprocally, are interconnected and interpenetrate down to their ultimate ramifications and can never perform their functions independently of one another. The blood carried by the arteries nourishes and stimulates the nervous tissue, the reciprocal influence of which is indispensable for the formation of the blood and the operation of the arterial system. This analogy shows us how, in the web of intellectual life, it may be possible to have distinctness and dependence among the same faculties simultaneously. Today no one would dream of denying the connections between philosophy and art, or of failing to recognize the well-marked distinction between the genius of the philosopher and that of the artist. In the same way, it must be recognized that the philosophic element and the scientific element, although distinct from one another, are combined or share in the natural and regular development of intellectual activity. Philosophy without science soon loses sight of our real relations with the universe to lose itself in imaginary spaces. Science without philosophy would still deserve to be cultivated for the sake of its applications to the needs of life, but beyond that we cannot see that it would offer reason a sustenance worthy of it or that it could be regarded as the ultimate goal of the work of the mind. So it is, to borrow another example, that the philosophic theory of the court of law runs the risk of degenerating into scholastic subtleties if it does not rest on a solid study of the positive laws. The science of the laws, kept apart from any cultivation of philosophy, still finds a useful application in the bosom of the court, but, in the judgment of Cicero, he alone is worthy of the name of legal expert who, while instructing himself in the science of the positive laws, does not stop improving his thought until he has succeeded in reaching the reason of these laws. 324. The writings of philosophers continually make allusion to the findings of the sciences. Philosophers choose examples designed to give a more concrete expression to their ideas and to point out applications and verifications of their theories. Their choices are more or less apt depending upon the adequacy of the philosopher's fund of scientific information. But what is more essential to notice and what explains, in part, the confusion of philosophy with science is that, in the field of speculations which belong naturally within the domain of philosophy, here and there theories are found which are actually reducible to scientific form. 468. As an example, we have in logic the theory of the syllogism, which may be compared with that of algebraic equations. But this accidental interpolation of some scientific matters need not delude us, as it has the philosophers of the Scottish school, to the point of forcing the assimilation of the positive sciences with that order of speculations that, in our language and time, is especially designated by the name of philosophy. The intervention of philosophy in the sciences is even more frequent and essential. The elements of a science cannot be brought to light without grappling with those primary notions by means of which it is connected with the general system of human knowledge, notions whose criticism is the proper field of philosophy. Each author, according to his turn of mind, confines himself more or less to this preliminary and inevitable criticism, although the body of science remains the same, whatever the philosophic system in which the critic has his place. If, so to speak, philosophy lays hold of the sciences at their foundation, it also dominates their highest reaches, and to the extent that the positive sciences have made progress, the mind finds new occasions for returning to the causes, the reason, and the end of things. In this way it is brought back to the position of philosophic speculation. 325. We have been indicating some general observations. Now we must enter into more detailed explanations which, however, will be nothing but the reproduction, from a new point of view, of the principal ideas presented in the preceding chapters. First of all, which of the innumerable meanings that the word philosophy has received, in the language of the common man as well as in that of professional authors, shall we accept? Shall we apply it, as was done in the last century, to the secret doctrine of a few scholars, working hand in hand for the subversion of ancient institutions, which they claimed were contrary to the progress of reason and to the perfecting of human nature? Shall we follow the ancients and give the name of philosopher to all those who purport to set themselves apart from the masses by their way of looking at and thinking of things, who retire from the concerns and the encumbrances of practical life, in order to give themselves up to the meditative life? Evidently, the question of contrasting science and philosophy, the philosophic mind and the scientific mind, does not arise when we give the term philosophy meanings like those just mentioned. Without stopping these abuses of language, if we separate the fundamental idea from the accessory ideas which have complicated it or sometimes even concealed it, we shall find that we understand essentially by philosophy, on the one hand, the study and investigation of the reason of things, and, on the other hand, the study of the forms of thought and of the general laws and processes of the human mind. Let us recall the names of authors or the titles of books that continue to be highly thought of. Let us bear in mind what is now and has always been understood by the philosophy of history, by the philosophy of law, by the philosophy of mathematics, by chemical philosophy, by philosophical anatomy, and so on. By so doing, we shall recognize that there is no branch of human knowledge, whether its object be nature or man, the visible or the invisible, into which the philosophic mind has not claimed to have entered. The thing that always leaves its impress to a greater or lesser extent upon the thought of authors who discuss the unique character of philosophy is this more or less marked tendency to seek out the rational connections among the parts of a single whole, to grasp the profound reason for the phenomena observed or the truths arrived at, which may remain hidden behind immediate causes or logic premises, which are liable to vary, according to the arbitrarily selected system of logical coordination. But certain things follow from the very fact that the field open to the philosophic activity of the mind is the investigation of the reason of things, since the reason of things is not something which falls under the senses, not something which can be established by means of sensory experience. The judgments that we form in this matter are only judgments which conform to an internal type, to an idea. Therefore, it is perfectly clear that, no matter what their subject matter may be, philosophical investigations lead us back into the world of ideas, and that every philosophic question is intimately connected with the evaluation of certain regulative 4. and fundamental ideas or with the criticism of their representative value. Reciprocally, certain things also follow when we do not limit ourselves to describing ideas as so many phenomena occurring in 470. The human mind, which is the thing that identifies psychology or a branch of psychology, when, from the presence of these ideas in the human mind, we wish to infer the existence of certain relations among things, certain laws by which attention is called to the phenomena of the external world, in a word, when we wish to take account of the representative value of ideas. We believe that we have more than proved that we can do this only by having recourse to the intervention of the philosophic sense, of that superior sense which grasps the reason of things, and whose judgments, while in no way reducible to the forms of logical demonstration, have a probability which in certain cases entirely excludes doubt, and in other cases is so weakened that the mind is left in a state of complete indecision. Thus, we see on all sides an intimate connection between investigation into the reason of things, to whatever order of things it is applied, and the criticism of the regulative ideas of the human understanding. It should be possible to present every essentially philosophical question from these 2 points of view, and, reciprocally, this twofold appearance is what characterizes philosophical questions, to the exclusion of all others. 326. It is wrong, therefore, to depict philosophy as the science or as the aggregate of the sciences which have as their subject matter the human mind and its various faculties, as over against the sciences whose subject matter is the external world and man himself, considered from the point of view of his organic nature and of the functions of his animal life. By the same token, this is also true of the term metaphysics, the peculiar origin of which we now understand, but which the scholastics, deceived by an erroneous etymology, always used by opposing metaphysics to physics, as the science of minds to that of bodies. For this reason, we say this term is poorly chosen. Philosophy enters into everything, into physics as into morals, into mathematics as into jurisprudence and into history, into mechanics, which deals with the motions of inert bodies, as into physiology, which deals with the most delicate forces of the organism and of the functions carried out by living beings. Philosophy enters into the sciences formed by arrangements of abstract ideas as much as it does into history which tells of actual events, and as it does into poetry and the arts which constantly use sensory images. 327. Positive history is contrasted with the philosophy of history, when by positive history is understood the totality of well-established historical facts that anyone can verify from the sources, and the certainty of which is independent of opinions that may result from philosophical conceptions designed to bring these facts together. Similarly, we must understand by positive science the collection of facts that anyone can verify, in such a manner as to become certain that they are exact, through one of those procedures which leaves no doubt in the mind, or which at most would give rise to the vain objections of a skepticism against which nature protests, and of which no one seriously takes any stock in the conduct of life. These positive facts are the materials of science, as well as of other knowledge which is non-scientific or not logically coordinated, but in and of themselves they do not constitute science. It is still necessary that certain ideas intervene in order to bring about their distribution and classification, in order to reduce them to sequential order or methodical arrangements, and especially in order to give us the key to and the reason for them. Therefore, by varying our examples and by considering the different sciences one after another, let us examine for a little while how we can distinguish the positive aspects of the sciences from those which are not, and how the different sorts of elements, whose concurrence is required for the organization of science, are combined. 328. Pure mathematics is found in the highest position. The characteristic which distinguishes it from all the other sciences is that it rests upon exact truths that reason is capable of discovering without the help of experience and which can nevertheless always be confirmed by experience, within the limits of approximation that experience allows. Verification is exact in matters relating to enumeration, computation, and calculation, for which the mind uses the assistance of conventional and discontinuous symbols which have a fixed and determinate value. On the contrary, in matters involving the comparison of continuous and measurable magnitudes, verification will be approached more and more closely in proportion as we work with greater care and with the help of more perfect instruments. For example, given this proposition of geometry, the number of solid angles in a polyhedron, added to the number of its planes, gives a number 472. Higher by 2 than the number of the edges, we can construct as many polyhedrons as we wish, and it will always be found that the theorem is verified exactly because the numbering of the angles, planes, and edges can be carried out with absolute precision, and because whole numbers can pass from one value to another only abruptly. On the contrary, given this other proposition, the sum of the angles of a rectilinear triangle is equal to 2 right angles, it may also be verified on as many triangles as one wishes by carefully measuring the 3 angles and adding the 3 measured values. But in this case the verification will never be more than approximate, and the degree of this approximation will depend upon the care taken in the working and in the perfection of the instruments of measurement. In both cases, this possibility of endlessly verifying the conclusions of theory through experiment is what confers on mathematics the character of a positive science. So it is that, resting on both bases of human knowledge, mathematics forces itself irresistibly on the most practical minds as well as on extraordinary minds which are most attracted toward abstract speculation. On the contrary, this experimental confirmation is not possible for sciences other than pure mathematics, the subject matter of which is ideas and relations that the reason conceives, but that do not fall under the senses, such sciences as jurisprudence, morals, and natural theology. For this reason, unlike mathematics, such sciences cannot be called positive. Thus, set over against natural or rational theology are the positive religions or dogmatic theologies, which draw their authority from a principle other than the rational principle. Similarly, the decisions of the civil legislator are called positive law. These decisions constitute so many facts whose authority subsists independently of all reasonings of legal experts. These cases exist in a manner which is almost analogous to the way historical facts exist, irrespective of the conceptions that reason uses to explain their connection. Therefore, the oft-repeated statement that the passions and the vices of man may obscure the truths of geometry, as they do those of morality and natural religion, if the same interest is taken in them, is wrong. The most evil passions could not prevent mathematical truths from lending themselves, to the exclusion of those of morality and natural theology, to an experimental confirmation which establishes them as positive facts, and which prevails against all the fallacies of the heart or of the mind. Two passions, interests, and prejudices divide mathematicians just as they do other men, even about that which falls within the province of mathematical speculation and the realm of pure reason, as soon as the issue concerns ideas which can no longer be given a sensory form. They differ, too, about theories which are a part of science, but not of that part of science which is positive and compatible with empirical verification. Moreover, we shall point out later how morality also may be treated as a positive science when regarded from a certain point of view. But this is a question of an empirical morality and not of morality considered as a rational science like pure mathematics. Certain parts of logic, the theory of the syllogism, for example, can be considered a rational and positive science at one and the same time. In fact, nothing stands in the way of verifying the correctness of the laws of the syllogism by showing, through the use of as many examples as may be desired, that as soon as we violate these rules we are led into arguments which are patently false and absurd. For this reason, no one has ever raised doubts as to the rules of the syllogism, any more than they have about those of arithmetic and geometry. 329 In the exposition of mathematical doctrines, we come across principles, ideas, and conclusions that cannot be submitted to the test of experiment. We also find in the writings of mathematicians discussions relative to theoretical questions that experience knows no way of settling. Either of these situations is, by itself, sufficient to tell us that these questions do not pertain to positive science, that, properly speaking, they are not mathematical or scientific, that they fall within the field of philosophical speculation from which, however we may try, science cannot be completely isolated, and from which it could become separated, were such a thing possible, only at the expense of its own high position. The intimate union and yet original independence of the philosophical element and of the positive or properly scientific element in the system of human knowledge manifest themselves here through this very remarkable fact, that the mind cannot proceed in an orderly fashion in scientific construction without adopting some philosophical theory, and that nevertheless the progress and certainty of science do not depend upon the solution given to the philosophical question. Suppose a person wishes to write a treatise on algebra, differential calculus, or mechanics, or suppose he is appointed to give a course of public lectures in these sciences and must clearly set up his method in such a way as to introduce negative quantities, infinitesimals, and the measurement of forces. Even then, as far as possible, he should set aside each of these questions by itself, in monographs and in separate studies. A person will impose his method dogmatically, or rather, he will lead his reader or listener to it in a roundabout way, by using a critical discussion, or through the weight of inferences and the authority of examples. But whatever method is used, it will be necessary to come to a decision about the system itself. Yet whatever this indispensable method may be, the same theorems, the same formulas, and the same technical applications will be attained. For example, everyone uses the same rules for finding the negative roots of an algebraic equation, whether he adopts the same way of looking at negative roots as did Cournot, D'Alembert, or someone else. There are no philosophic conceptions which serve as necessary premises in scientific construction, analogous to the foundations of a material structure, which must be made firm if the structure is not to fall to pieces. This kind of construction stands in spite of the imperfection of its foundations, because at each step it finds so many buttresses and solid supports in verifications both by calculation and by experimentation. So far as satisfying the demands of reason is concerned, this should not hinder us from perfecting without limit the ideas according to which we can take account of the theory philosophically, in so far as these ideas are dependent upon us, and which would be sufficient justification for them in the absence of all verification and all experimental control. In mathematics, philosophic controversy often rests not on the primary ideas which are the point of departure for the theory, but on the way in which certain results obtained by means of deduction must be taken and on the degree of extension and restriction which they allow. Does the sort of proportion which can be demonstrated for commensurable magnitudes, no matter what the value of the commensurable relation may be, subsist for incommensurable magnitudes, and, if this is the case, in what way must it be defined and understood? This is certainly a question which pertains to mathematical theory, but not to the positive part of mathematics. For, as soon as it is a question of proceeding to actual measurements, we can mean by incommensurable magnitudes only those whose common measure is proportionately smaller when we work with greater care and with more perfect instruments. Therefore, when mathematicians, not content with this simple observation, which would suffice for the practical man and for the empiricist, go to the great trouble of reasoning in order to prove that the proportion established in the case of commensurability still holds when we pass to incommensurables, when they devise different methods for demonstrating this result directly or indirectly, when they admit some and reject others, although experience cannot intervene to end their discussions. They fall back on the analysis and criticism of certain ideas of the understanding which are not susceptible to perceptible manifestations. They place it on the ground of metaphysical speculation. They practice what we are agreed on calling metaphysics, even though men may disparage it, and by no means what may be called positive science. The philosophy of mathematics still consists essentially in discerning the rational order of dependence of as many abstract truths. 476. As the sagacity of inventive minds has successively and laboriously discovered, often by very roundabout means. It also consists in preferring one concatenation of propositions to another, because it satisfies better the condition of exhibiting this order and these connections, just as they follow from the nature of things, independently of the means that we have of demonstrating and knowing the truth. It is evident that this work of the mind must not be confused with that which has as its object the extension of the positive sciences. It is just as evident that the reasons for preferring one order to another are in the category of those which are imposed on us neither by experience nor by the processes of logical demonstration. To deny the philosophy of mathematics because of that would simply be to deny one of the conditions of the rational and regular construction of mathematics, just as to deny philosophy in general would be to deny one of the conditions of the construction of the general system of human knowledge, or one of the essential elements of this system. 330. In physics, the facts, and even the laws that anyone can establish by means of concrete experiments, and against which the arguments of skeptics who deny the value of the evidence of the senses would be opposed in vain, make up the positive part of the science, as distinguished not only from premature and dubious hypotheses, but even from conceptions about which all physicists agree, but which are nevertheless incapable of concrete demonstration. For example, when a chemist gives the formula for the composition of a substance, all that experiment can verify is the presence of certain elements associated in certain measurable proportions. This is the positive result of the analysis of the chemist, but this is not sufficient to establish a body of doctrine. But the formula does something more, it also expresses an idea according to which we conceive the elements as united in a certain way to form compound bodies of the first order, the latter as united in such a way as to form compound bodies of the second order, and so forth. When the structure of the compound substances submitted to analysis is conceived in this way, it may happen that all chemists agree, being persuaded by the force of analogies and inferences. But it may also happen, and often does happen, that their opinions differ. Yet it is not necessary that the controversy arising among them, a controversy which is philosophical rather than scientific in the proper sense of that term, should be capable of being decided by means of experimentation, which gets at only the concrete fact. Furthermore, this difference of opinion need not upset the progress of discoveries in the positive aspects of science or the series of applications made of it daily in meeting the needs of industry and in the practice of the arts. The substances that today we call hydrochloric acid and chlorine were still called muriatic acid and oxygenated muriatic acid in the early years of this century, even after the great discoveries of Lavoisier. Instead of deriving the former from the latter by the addition of hydrogen, the latter was derived from the former by the addition of oxygen. Chemists know that all the sensible results can be explained as logically by the older theory as they can by the newer one, provided that the corresponding quantities of oxygen and hydrogen are present in the same proportion, by volume, which they have when they combine to form water. Therefore, when, on the basis of many striking analogies and inferences, it occurred to Gay-Lussac and Thénard to regard Lavoisier's oxygenated muriatic acid as an element, to which they gave the name of chlorine, they changed the philosophy of chemistry completely by this illuminating idea. Yet this did not affect the positive facts of which chemistry was already in possession, and it did not change the nature of the applications that were made up until that time of chlorine and its derivatives in the arts and in industry. On the contrary, when other chemists, whose investigations were stimulated by the researches of these men, later discovered iodine and bromine, substances which have so great a chemical kinship to chlorine, their discoveries not only gave support to the theoretical views which had established chlorine as an elementary substance, but their work, at the same time, also enriched the field of positive chemistry by increasing the number of technical applications, and it was also notable because it opened the way for one of the most unusual inventions of our age, that of photography. The same chemical analogies which establish the relationship of chlorine, iodine, and bromine, and which constitute the reason. 478. Why it is now agreed to regard them as so many elementary substances or chemical radicals belonging to the same group, are likewise the basis for agreeing to admit the existence of another radical of the same group, to which the name fluorine is given, although up to the present time it has not been possible to separate it from the well-known compounds in which it is thought to be present. Everything that has been said about fluorine pertains therefore to the philosophy of chemistry and not to positive chemistry. Someone may succeed in making fluorine known in the same way in which chlorine was made known, but it would still be possible, strictly speaking and without contradicting any positive fact, to say of fluorine what was said of chlorine before the theory of Gay-Lussac and THIRD was adopted. To do this would be to carry on an erroneous philosophy, but it would not be contrary to the positive facts of science. If chemists are in agreement with respect to the substances we have been speaking of, there are others concerning which contrary theories are still to be found. Thus the school of Berzelius admits, under the name ammonium / a problematic metal which has never been isolated and which probably is not isolable, but whose metallic nature becomes evident through the properties of the products which result from its combination with other substances. Why, indeed, should there not be some chemical combinations that purely accidental and accessory circumstances would tend to keep from occurring except in the presence of reagents which have brought about their formation? And why should these accidental circumstances conceal from the eyes of reason the essential or fundamental analogies that these combinations would exhibit with other combinations whose existence in a state of isolation is made possible by equally accidental circumstances, and which, thus isolated, are able to affect the senses strongly? Is it not the peculiar quality and the natural function of reason to arrange the characteristics of things and the things themselves according to their intrinsic proportion without stopping with appearances and concrete facts? However, let us say, along with Dumas, that, every time a theory requires the admission of unknown substances, it must be challenged, it is to be assented to only with the greatest reserve, when it is no longer possible to deny it, or at least when the most forceful sort of analogies are presented by it. For but when do these analogies reach this point? This must be decided by the philosophic sense, and it can neither be logically determined by means of definitions and precise rules nor established experimentally. This matter falls within the domain of the philosophy of chemistry, and in that area in the organization of the theory which remains distinct although not separate from the positive part of our chemical knowledge. 331. Philosophical conceptions play a still greater role in the biological sciences. 5. We find them intervening everywhere, in the classification of species, in the anatomy of organs, in the explanation of regular and of anomalous developments, and in the theory of forces and vital functions. On all sides, when a need appears for facts that are established by observation, and the constantly increasing methodically arranged collection of which is the positive part of the biological sciences, ideas arise designed to express the real order that nature has introduced among these facts so as to link them together rationally, to determine the organs, to indicate relationships and analogies, and to bring out ties of subordination and dependence. The deep questions to which these ideas gave birth, and with which so many illustrious scholars have occupied and still do occupy themselves, are not scientific questions. They do not lead to positive solutions. They are not questions that can be settled by observation and experiment. The way in which they are solved has no direct influence on technical applications, does not tend to extend or to restrict the power of man over the rest of creation, as happens in the case of questions of fact, that is, with respect to those which belong to the positive part of the sciences. But, on the contrary, these are the questions which most enhance thought and toward which the mind feels invincibly drawn by the need of exercising the highest faculties nature has placed in it. A celebrated anatomist of our time has sought to set up a distinction and a contrast between what he calls descriptive sciences and those to which he gives the name general sciences. It is our opinion that this is nothing but the distinction and the contrast between the positive part of the biological sciences and the philosophy of these same sciences. This will be judged by the passage that we quote below and by the comments we shall make about it, in order to make our own ideas clearer. The unity, harmony, and purpose of man and nature would be poorly known, if our knowledge were limited to what comprises the descriptive sciences. However indispensable it is to know the truth about the details which make up these latter sciences, we are aware that these truths are not detached from one another. We know they impinge upon and are connected with each other by diverse and numerous relations, by some common element which serves them as it were as a source and point of departure. Therefore, the study of these relations, the examination of these principles forms a new series of general facts which are discovered to be the key to all these particular traits and to bring them together as a body of doctrine. This is the purpose of the general sciences. In the descriptive sciences, we are always in search of the characteristics which differentiate facts from one another. In the general sciences we search for the characteristics which relate them to one another. In the former, nature is dissected and facts are isolated; in the latter, they are connected and joined by the force of analogies. The study of the analogy between organic beings, therefore, forms the essence of the general sciences, as that of their differentiating characteristics forms the essence of the descriptive sciences. That is the source of their differences, and of their subordination, of the simplicity of the descriptive sciences, and of the complexity and the extension of the general sciences. Since the sole purpose of the descriptive sciences is to make known a given object, a series of organs or bodies, their work is in some ways entirely mechanical, entirely material. On the other hand, because the general sciences propose to establish the conditions necessary for the existence of the organs of living bodies, and because they propose to make known how they came to be what they are, either taken by themselves, or in relation to one another, their work is necessarily superior, more intellectual. It is concerned entirely with reflection and comparison. If it is permissible to put it in this way, the descriptive sciences are the body of nature, while the general sciences are its spirit. Therefore, there can be no doubt that facts may be the basis for the general sciences, as they are of the descriptive sciences, but they differ in their quality. The facts which make up the descriptive sciences are elementary; those in the general sciences are raised to the second, third, and fourth power. As far as the facts are concerned, that is the whole difference, and the certainty will be the same for the one as for the other. But if the certainty is the same in these two types of sciences, it must be recognized that the causes of error are both much more numerous and much stronger in the general sciences than in the descriptive sciences. The latter have only one danger to avoid, that of saying too much. Because of the desire to go into details, we become prolix, we smother the salient characteristics under a mass of insignificant ones, we describe without making known. Descriptive human anatomy has often shown this failing. This is the source of its dryness, but it is also the source of its invariable certainty. The situation is just the opposite in the general sciences. Just as soon as the mind has grasped a relation, a characteristic which is common to many facts, it aspires to understand everything, it invents instead of explaining, it wanders instead of directing. If generalizations are to be useful in the sciences, it is necessary to know how to limit them. So we see here, in the abuse of details and in the abuse of generalities, the two sources of dangers in the biological sciences. Now, with all due respect for an eminent naturalist, let us ask what can be meant by facts raised to the second, third, and fourth powers. Very general facts admit of as much certainty as individual facts and may, for that very reason, furnish the materials for a positive science. Thus it would be as certain that all mammals have a spinal column, although we have not dissected all the species of mammals, as it is that all horses have one, although not all the individual members of the species have been dissected. What makes a fact positive is the possibility of indefinite verification in all individual cases, although the number of individual cases is never exhausted. Furthermore, general facts are described in the same way as special or particular facts. 482. Example, along with Bichat we may describe the general properties of different tissues which enter into the structure of organs, exactly as we describe the structure of each organ in the particular anatomy. In this sense, the sciences which the author we have quoted calls general are descriptive like the others and also as positive as the others. Perhaps they are more difficult, but they are amenable in the same way to uniform and continuous progress in the hands of gifted observers and faithful historians. On the other hand, a purely descriptive science, in which facts lack any natural or artificial connection, in which they cannot be submitted to any classification, because no mention has been made of the relations which unite them and of the generalities which summarize them, such a science, we say, would not deserve the name of science, and nothing of the sort is to be found within the limits of the biological sciences. Finally, it must be recognized that simplicity is no more likely to be found in sciences which deal with details and particular facts. On the contrary, they should be noteworthy for their complexity, whereas the sciences which aim at ascending to generalities and principles tend by that very fact toward simplicity and unity. But it is incontestable that in this work of progressive abstraction and generalization, philosophical thought, which discerns analogies and goes back to the reason of phenomena, moves further and further away from facts which are susceptible of rigorous verification and concrete demonstration. As a result, when experimental control is lacking, the individual reason more and more runs the risk of being left to its own fancy. In other words, the philosophical element predominates in the sciences that the author calls general, in those which, even because of this predominance of the philosophical element, must, according to him, be considered as the spirit of the biological sciences. Inversely, the positive or strictly scientific element for the most part enters into what he calls the descriptive sciences, which he considers as the material part or as the body of the biological sciences. The other remark, that the characteristics which differentiate them may be determined with an altogether different precision than the resemblances, is perfectly correct and comes back to our theory of continuous and discontinuous transitions. When we face the problem of differentiating beings, and for that purpose take them in a fully developed condition in which they are most unlike one another, the work of the mind rests on perfectly distinct ideas, to which our artificial nomenclatures and logical methods are very well adapted. On the contrary, in order to perceive resemblances, it is necessary to fill in gaps, to come back to continuous transitions which by their nature rebel against logical distinctions and classifications and present many obstacles to the perfecting of the scientific form. 332. Nevertheless, there is one sense in which this expression, facts raised to the second, third, and fourth powers, can be clearly understood. In all branches of statistics we collect great numbers of particular facts for the purpose of establishing, through the calculation of the mean values, not exactly facts but tendencies or aptitudes which are due to the action of constant causes, whose nature we usually ignore, but whose existence can always be revealed when a sufficient number of particular observations have been accumulated to compensate, almost exactly, for effects due to accidental anomalous causes. Such tendencies and such influences, which do not fall directly under the senses and which the numbers alone imply, are facts of another sort than those which are particular and concrete. Nevertheless, they too are positive facts in this, that it is possible to repeat the experiment and to confirm by means of a new experiment what had been concluded from the earlier one. Since these facts are derived from the observation of a great number of particular and concrete facts, through the elimination of what is sensible and particular in them, a person might say, if he so desired, that they are positive facts of a different order or of a different degree than concrete facts. Furthermore, since we can compare the averages of a great number of partial series and take the average of these averages, in order to draw from them what is common to all these series or what is independent of the conditions peculiar to each series in particular, we see that in this sense it is permissible to admit positive facts of different orders or degrees. Thus individual varieties are with reason regarded as being of another order than racial varieties, the latter of a different order than specific varieties, and so forth. But as phenomena the nature of whose laws we are studying become more complex, the more cases there will be in which we 484 can make our experiments only under a form other than that to which statistical investigation is suited. Even now the physical sciences offer us many examples of this in some of their branches, such as meteorology. The situation is something altogether different in the biological sciences in which, as is so often said, there are no absolute rules. We take as a rule in these sciences only what happens most commonly or what has a very great tendency to happen, always leaving room for anomalies and exceptions. Whatever is to be thought of this maxim, which is itself not to be taken in an absolute sense, it is certain that the number of cases in which experimental and positive confirmation is practicable only by means of statistical procedure should be singularly increased as we go from the physical to the biological sciences, simply because of the complication of causes. Thus the positive part of the medical sciences can be little more than that part which rests upon experiments instituted on a large scale, after the manner of statistical experiments. Nevertheless, this is not the sort of knowledge the sick person asks of his doctor, and it makes little difference to him that the doctor knows whether, with a certain type of treatment, the proportion of cures is 60 or 65 out of every 100. The patient is concerned with the particular and concrete fact, and the accidental complication may have much more importance for him than the constant tendency. Thus there has always been for the doctors not only an art and a bringing together of bits of knowledge, but also a methodical science that was taught and learned before anyone dreamed of collecting and publishing any such statistical numbers. Only the science is not positive, if by positive science must be understood that which rests upon facts capable of being established through experience. Indeed, wherever medicine is not in possession of absolute rules, the experience of an individual fact proves nothing, and what is called long-run experience is simply statistical experience divested of the numbers which give it a precise meaning and conclusive value. 333. When we enter into the sciences which deal with the moral nature of man and with the organization of human society, the growing complexity of the objects which they include makes it much more necessary to appeal to observations whose great number compensates for the anomalies of chance, if we wish to give experiential confirmation to these sciences and to support them on the basis of positive data. Hence the very name statistics, which, in the correct and restricted sense, is synonymous with political arithmetic, but which is often extended, as we ourselves have extended it in this work, by analogy to all investigations whose subject matter is the accumulation of great numbers of particular facts, for the purpose of discovering constant influences and tendencies which run through the effects of accidental and variable causes. Furthermore, we should be mistaken if we believe that the growing complexity of causes makes it necessary to pile up a greater number of particular facts in order to keep the average results perceptibly uniform. It is rather the opposite which happens. For example, in our country there is clearly greater lack of uniformity from one year to another in the mean temperature, in the mean direction of the winds, and in the amounts of rainfall, than in the relation between the number of persons accused of some crime to the total population, or in the proportion of the number of those accused who are convicted or acquitted. It is primarily in regard to things which depend more upon man's free will that, since each individual case is increasingly independent of those which are contiguous, there are fewer irregular influences of the sort which could affect a whole series of particular observations, only to make way subsequently for contrary tendencies. Consequently, it is here that compensation for all transitory and anomalous influences should take place most quickly. 334. But, in recognizing the utility and even the necessity of statistical experimentation if certain parts of moral, political, and economic doctrines are to be given the character of positive sciences, we must be on our guard against reducing these doctrines to the positive features which they may thereby acquire. We must even be on guard against considering the part that has already been made positive, or which is capable of becoming positive, as that which contains the more important and essential portions of these doctrines. Let us imagine questions like these: should capital punishment be continued or abolished? Should the institution of slavery be continued or abolished in certain countries? I admit that we may be in possession of statistical documents which prove quite clearly that following the abolishment of the death 486 penalty, there has been a certain increase in the number of persons accused of those crimes which formerly carried the death penalty, that following the suppression of slavery, there has been a certain decrease in the population, in the production and consumption of goods of various sorts. But shall we regard these questions as settled for these reasons? Will the very slight difference be sufficient to make us regard them as settled, and, in the contrary case, how great a difference will be required to entail the solution? If the difference is non-existent or insignificant, must the questions be regarded as insignificant, and their solutions thought to be immaterial or arbitrary? Obviously nothing of that sort can be admitted. And even if we are fortunate enough to find, through the use of statistics, positive facts which give support to theories in morals and politics which are satisfying to our reason, even if, in certain cases, these positive results may silence dangerous agitators. Nevertheless, in a great many cases, reason feels that above all it should take account of other principles, other rules, and other ideas, which alone are capable of bringing order and light into theories, of obtaining conscientious acquiescence, and even of directing statistical investigation in such a way as to make it fruitful and conclusive. Just imagine the morality of conscience, civil jurisprudence, and the law of nations being obliged at each step to cite mathematical or statistical proof that a certain solution provokes more misdemeanors and frauds, gives rise to more lawsuits, brings discord into more households, divides more families, ruins more people, enriches more rogues, is injurious to population, agriculture, industry, and commerce, results in more wars, makes them more bloody, and so on. It would not only be necessary to renounce morals, jurisprudence, and the law of nations for want of ability to produce such positive proofs, but also the positive facts, like most of the facts of history, would most often give only confused and contradictory results, in so far as reason had not interpreted them and arranged them according to certain rules which are within its power, by respecting all the principles of human nature, those which do not call for sensible and direct manifestation, as much as those which reveal themselves in concrete facts. Even the economic sciences, which have to do more especially with things from the point of view of social utility and of the well-being of individuals, find it necessary for reason to fix, independently of experience, the elements and the conditions of the problems which they discuss. Statistics will clearly teach us that the population has increased, that the price of merchandise has been raised or lowered, that the proceeds from taxes has been increased, that we have harvested more wheat, drunk more beer, or spun more cotton, but, with all that, have the people become more robust, wiser, and more healthy? Is society better off, the state more peaceful within and more respected without? These are far more important questions, and still deserving of more attention. It is to be hoped that the progress of civilization will not put an end to these questions, although they cannot be settled peremptorily, scientifically, and positively, that is to say, by a process of exact calculation or by a specific experiment which could have here no other form than the statistical. The happiness of individual persons, the well-being of the state, are not defined by Aristotle's rules of logic, are not written in numbers and algebraic formulas, are not established by statistical numbers, although some of their indirect effects may be established in this way. It is, however, always necessary that the philosophical sense intervene in order to compare the fate of individuals and the order of the state to an ideal type, and to evaluate the relations of concrete and measurable effects with the intelligible principle of order or of disorder which has produced them. 335. So it is, therefore, that throughout the sciences we find philosophical speculation intimately connected with the part which is positive or scientific in the proper sense of the term, that is, with the part which permits of indefinite progress, technical applications, and the control of concrete experiments. We shall have to establish everywhere this twofold fact, that the intervention of the philosophical idea is necessary as a guiding thread, and to give science its authoritative and regular form, and that, nevertheless, the progress of positive science is not suspended by the unsettled condition of philosophical questions. Reciprocally, it would imply that we might be able to respect the positive and experimental solution of a philosophical question from the progress of scientific knowledge. If we were unable to discern the philosophical character of a question a priori, we should recognize it a posteriori and through inference, by seeing that the progress of positive knowledge keeps the question in its state of scientific indefiniteness. 488. Thus, as it is manifest that the immense progress made since the time of Newton and Leibniz in one of the higher branches of mathematical analysis known as infinitesimal calculus does not hinder us from discussing, as we have been doing for almost 2 centuries, the principles of this calculus themselves, every discerning mind is sufficiently aware that such discussions do not rest on a point of doctrine that may be resolved scientifically, but on a philosophical question necessarily connected With the exposition of the doctrine. 336. We must not confuse with truly philosophical questions hypotheses which have to do with facts which are inaccessible to observation, whether in the provisional state of our knowledge, or because of the limits that circumstances place on the extension of means of observation and experimentation that we have at our disposal. It is more than probable that observation will never settle what we ought to think about the ingenious hypothesis of the plurality of worlds, and that we shall not be able to carry through the work that would enable us to know on empirical grounds the composition of the interior and deep strata of our earth. The obstacles which make such observations impracticable always come from accidental and accessory circumstances rather than from essential reasons. They result from the limits of our physical powers and from the imperfection of the material instruments which we are able to set up, rather than from limits imposed fundamentally on all knowledge based on sensory perception. On the contrary, it would be repugnant to reason that, by sufficiently increasing the power of our telescopes, we should be able to solve experimentally the problem of knowing whether the universe is or is not limited in space, that, by sufficiently increasing the magnifying power of our microscopic instruments, we should be able to lay hold of the primary elements of matter, to settle by experimental means the question of life, of atoms, and of action at a distance. Positive science is unconcerned with what the nature of the obstacles may be which stand in the way of the extension of our knowledge, as soon as they are recognized to be humanly insurmountable. But in philosophy they are distinguished because, on the one hand, in philosophy one is clearly less preoccupied with facts than with the reason for facts and with their subordination, and because, on the other hand, one's purpose is to disentangle the hierarchy of the intellectual faculties of man, a hierarchy which shows itself in the explanation of the causes of our ignorance, so well as in that of the causes of our knowledge. 337. If we go to the trouble of bringing together all the scattered observations in this chapter and the preceding one, I think we shall no longer be led to distinguish clearly in the intellectual and moral nature of man three principal faculties, as Bacon thought, but rather five principal forms of development, appropriate to as many idiosyncrasies or different temperaments, and corresponding to as many general ideas, rubrics, or categories, that may be designated thus: religion, art, history, philosophy, science, setting them forth in the order which indicates their union well enough and which conforms with what we know of the general progress of civilization. Indeed, every civilization has begun with religion and is at first entirely bound up in it. Art and poetry are born in the shadow and under the influence of religion. The history of nature and of man is separated later from the mythological and poetic wrappings, and everywhere philosophy, by being connected at first with the symbols of religion and art, has preceded science, which seems to be the last conquest of man's mind and the product of an advanced civilization in all its maturity. History calls in art and philosophy. Science can rarely isolate itself from philosophy and history, but the mutual action and combination of different principles is no reason for confusing them. All the efforts that have been made to bring them into opposition to one another have never succeeded in eradicating them from the human mind, because they result essentially from its nature and from the nature of its relations with external objects. This has been said many times of religion and philosophy, of poetry and science. It must similarly be said of science and philosophy. Therefore, we insist on this important point that we have kept before us throughout, namely, that philosophy is not a science, as is so often said, but that it is nevertheless something which human nature, if it is to be complete, can no more ignore than it can ignore science and art. If we should have succeeded in putting this truth in a new light, we shall believe that, for our part, we have contributed some small bit to the correcting of certain prejudices and to the general progress of reason. Chapter XXII. On the coordination of human knowledge. 338. We are now in a position to examine how Bacon applied the principle of his tripartite division to the encyclopedic classification of human knowledge, to evaluate the criticisms and the changes to which his system has been subjected, and to propose for ourselves an attempt at synoptic coordination. However imperfect a coordination of this sort must necessarily be for reasons that we have stated. After having laid down his three main rubrics, history, poetry, and science, which correspond to three distinct faculties, memory, imagination, and reason, Bacon divided history into natural and civil, poetry into narrative, dramatic, and allegorical - science into philosophy and revealed theology. Philosophy deals with God, nature, and man - this led Bacon to reintroduce revealed theology in the first subdivision of philosophy, whereas at first he seemed inclined to exclude revealed theology from this rubric, the only one for which the need of a synoptic table had developed. At this time we shall go into details only in so far as this is necessary to give a summary of the views of the great English philosopher. 1. Doctrine of God. I. Revealed doctrine of angels and spirits. 2. Doctrine of nature. I. First, philosophy. Special physics. Metaphysics. Of man. 3. Nature of man. Hygiene. Medicine. Cosmetics. Athletics. Painting. Music. Logic, grammar. Rhetoric, etc. Ethics. Principles of conservation. Principles of affairs. Principles of government or of the state. The incoherencies of the details and the peculiarity of certain relations are too apparent for us to insist upon them. To tell the truth, the only part of Bacon's work which deserves attention is the fundamental idea of the tripartite division. Let us see to what extent D'Alembert has accepted and modified it. 339. To begin with, he changes the order of the principal faculties, by systematically doing violence to all psychological and historical inductions, and arranges them thus. Pure mathematics applied. Philosophy of humanity. 3. Doctrine generalities on th. Sciences relative to the human body. Sciences relative to the human mind. Civil or political doctrine. 492. The corresponding rubrics are history, philosophy, poetry. But the substitution of the word philosophy for the word science is only a matter of style, and at bottom, for D'Alembert as for Bacon, these two terms have the same value. History and poetry are subdivided almost as in the Baconian table, but with considerable additions, for technology is made a part of natural history, while the fine arts, music, painting, architecture, and so on, are brought together in the same rubric, imagination, as poetry properly so called. Here is the abridged table of the rubric philosophy. 1. General metaphysics or ontology. 2. Science of God, natural and revealed theology. Divination. Magic. 3. Science of man, universal pneumatology, science of the mind, reasonable, sensitive. Logic. Art of thought. Art of recording, art of communication, general morals, particular politics, on the other hand the science of particular beings, which is then divided into the science of bodies and the science of minds. This is nothing but the application of ideas commonly held by medieval scholastics. Somatology is broken up into the science of quantities and the science of qualities, while pneumatology is subdivided into noology and pneumatology, which includes pathoscopy and ethics. But it would be tedious to follow Bentham through the subsequent ramifications of his encyclopedic table. A great number of forced and artificial subdivisions would be found in it, and it does not even have the value of an artificial classification, namely, that of gaining a clearer view of the ensemble of the classified objects. 341. This is not true of Ampere's classification because his sagacity and his vast knowledge did not allow him to fail to recognize the true affinities of the sciences on this point. Furthermore, he had to violate his artificial rules of bifurcation in order finally to reach a series which, as a matter of fact, represented the natural relations of the different bodies of scientific doctrine better than those which we have previously examined. This can be judged from the following extract, in which the first column designates what Ampere called branches, the second column, sub-branches, and the third, sciences of the first order, which the author then bifurcates into sciences of the second and of the third order. But without following through these vast ramifications, in which the contrivance of bifurcation becomes more and more apparent, we shall limit ourselves to joining by brackets the names of some sciences of the third order with the names of the sciences of the first order, whose position in the general order it is also advisable to indicate. First realm: cosmological sciences. Mathematical sciences pure. Physicomathematics. Technology. Hygiene. Nosology. Practical medicine. Second realm: noological sciences. Philosophical sciences. Philosophical properly called. Moral. Psychology. Metaphysics. Ethics. Thelesiology. Dialectics properly called eleutherotechnics. Glossology. Literature. Technosthetics. Pedagogy. Ethnological properly called. Historical. Ethnology. Archaeology. History. Hierology. 496. Ethnocritical. Ethnogenetic. Snomology. Military art politics. In going over this table, it must seem strange that chemistry and logic are no more than sciences of the third order, while orictotechnics and military art are of the first order. Moreover, we are struck throughout by the arbitrariness and even falsity of the principles of classification. Surely, the relation of the zoological sciences to the botanical sciences and the physical sciences is not the same as that found between the geological sciences and the physical sciences, or between the historical and ethnological sciences. The same thing must be said of the relation of geometry to arithmology, as compared with those of hygiene to medical physics, or of literature to glossology. In order to show, by a single example, what can be done to these discordances in regard to sciences of the second and third order, we shall select the branch with which Ampere was most familiar because of the nature of his work, that of the mathematical sciences, which he breaks up as follows: arithmology, geometry, mechanics, uranology, elementary arithmology, meshothology, arithmography, mathematical analysis, theory of functions, theory of probability, elementary geometry, theory of forms, synthetic geometry, analytic geometry, theory of lines and surfaces, molecular geometry, elementary mechanics, transcendent mechanics, the theoretical series, the cosmological and historical series, and the technical or practical series. And at the same time the manner in which the facts, laws, and phenomena are subordinated and connected, by going from the more fundamental to the more special, and from the more simple to the more complex, gives us the basis for establishing a series of levels or of groups. The combination of the divisions by levels and by series constitutes a table of double entry, that is to say, the most convenient and the least defective arrangement for representing clearly and as faithfully as possible a system of complicated relations. The distribution of levels enables us to distinguish 5 groups or families, namely: the first group, composed of the mathematical sciences; the second group, composed of the physical and cosmological sciences; the third group, composed of the biological sciences and natural history properly so called; the fourth group, composed of the noological sciences and all the branches of symbolic carat; the fifth group, composed of the political sciences and history properly so called. As far as the order of the levels and the principal divisions are concerned, our classification squares with that of Ampere and it. Sketch of synoptic classification of human knowledge could not have been otherwise, whether we had set out from theoretical considerations or had been guided by the relations that the conformity or the analogy of studies have established between the different categories of scientists and scholars. 4. In the light of theoretical considerations, it is impossible to confuse mathematics with the physical and cosmological sciences and to ignore their immediate dependence upon mathematics. The sciences whose subject matter is the world of living things presuppose knowledge of the general properties of bodies and of the general arrangement of things in the world, while they carry us, through the natural history of man and through empirical psychology, which is closely connected with physiology, at least up to the edge of the domain of speculation and of all the sciences which deal with different aspects of the laws of the human understanding and of the moral nature of man. Finally, the sciences whose subject matter is the organization of societies or of political bodies can spring only from those which deal as much with the physical nature of man as they do with his intellectual and moral nature. In saying that this order is imposed upon us, we are by no means saying that it is perfect. For example, between mathematics and logic, and between physics properly so called and certain branches of the economy of societies, to which we have proposed to give the name social physics, there are affinities which the arrangement of the THIRD-WORLDISM does not indicate, although they are expressed faithfully enough by adopting the schematism or the arrangement which follows, and which conforms still more to Ampere's principle of classification. But then the study of man would be divided into two parts, and we should no longer take into account the continuous transitions by means of which we proceed from the study of the functions of the nervous system and of animal sensibility to the study of the superior faculties of the intelligence. If this chain were broken, it would disturb relations still more intimate and more essential than those that the adoption of this new arrangement or another analogous one would seek to express. It must be concluded from this that while one system is preferable to another, it is impossible to express exactly and completely by any sensible scheme the relations of which we catch glimpses, and which form so many natural affinities among the different parts of the system. 345. We may ask ourselves why it is that, when we use the distinction between history and science properly so called as a principle of classification, we do not apply the same distinction that we have so eagerly sought to establish between science and philosophy. The reason for this is that the philosophical element, which comes to 504, be allied with all the branches of our positive knowledge, in history as in science, cannot be separated or anatomically distinguished with as much clarity as science can be from history, although in other respects the separation of the two historical and theoretical elements is far from being absolute, but the schematism works on the whole, and that is all that can be asked in making classifications of this kind. As regards anatomy properly so called, the skeletal, arterial, lymphatic, and nervous systems can easily enough be isolated and dealt with separately. After being prepared in this way, these systems can be perfectly described in terms of regions and organs. A different anatomy, based upon the distinction between the tissues which function as the elementary materials for all the parts of the organism, does not lend itself in the same way either to the isolation of materially separated systems or to the topographical description of the organs. The same thing is true of the philosophical element of our knowledge. Furthermore, we have not proposed distinct divisions in our table for philosophy properly so called, but only for branches of our knowledge which can be more or less reduced to scientific form, and in which the influence of philosophical speculation predominates more than in the others. Likewise, although religion, art, and poetry may not be sciences, and although this may have strangely curtailed or weakened their role as compared to such sciences as botany or chemistry, all these things have their places in an encyclopedic table of human learning when dealt with from the point of view from which they are considered by the scientist. That is to say, they must be included in such tables in so far as they pertain to the history of the human race and are the manifestations of certain faculties of the human mind, or of instincts and needs the study of which forms a part of the study of our nature. It does not follow that because of this it is necessary to compare the Bible, the Iliad, or the Laocoon to an algebraic table or medical treatise. But a table of human knowledge is neither a method of bibliographical classification, nor a catalogue of the productions of man's genius or of the inspirations of a supernatural wisdom. Bibliographical divisions must be adjusted to the relative abundance of the productions in each branch of literature, philosophy, history, the sciences, and the arts. This is a relative abundance which changes with the state of civilization, mores, institutions, and beliefs. The rational subordination of the diverse parts of our knowledge cannot be regulated by such conditions. 346. In order to complete the commentary on our table, we have to add to the preceding generalizations some explanations concerning details. In the family of the mathematical sciences, the column under the second series is necessarily empty. In the first column we distinguish two parallel series, because in fact, beyond the elements of arithmetic, the science divides into two branches. One branch deals with the properties which numbers possess insofar as they are numbers, and independently of any application to the measurement of magnitudes, by means of a unit which is arbitrary and capable of being fractionated. This application is precisely the object of the other branch, and constitutes what has been called logistics 5 from the time of Vite and Descartes, and before modern algebra underwent the developments which made it a science that can be considered by itself, independently of every application to other parts of mathematical theory. Logistics, algebra, and the theory of functions are so many sections in Ampere's theory of abstract magnitudes or mesothology. From that we generally go on to geometry and rational mechanics, in which is found the basis for the applications of the calculus of magnitudes to the explanation of the phenomena of nature, while, by means of the theory of combinations, which has the clearest sort of relationship with that of pure numbers, we go on to the calculus of chances and of mathematical probability, which is the other source from which the applications of numbers to all the natural phenomena are derived, phenomena introduced by means of a complexity of causes, some dependent upon and some independent of one another. In the systematic arrangement of theoretical sciences, rational mechanics forms the natural transition from mathematics to general physics, just as, in the technical arts, industrial mechanics forms the transition from the mathematical arts to industrial physics. But yet, in spite of the fact that they borrow some principles or some data from experiments, the mathematical form is so strongly predominant in them, we need have no hesitation about including them in the family of the mathematical sciences. 347. We have no particular remark to make about the division which includes the family of the physical and cosmological sciences. The distinction of the two series, physical and cosmological, is sufficiently self-evident. A similar distinction in the group which includes the biological sciences 7 and natural history properly so called, requires more attention. It involves the question of distinguishing in the structure of living beings, plants, or animals, which are known to us, that which follows from the general laws of organic beings which are independent of time and space, from that which follows from the succession of facts and accidental causes which have differentiated the races and the species, determined their geographical distribution, created or maintained some and annihilated others, and given to the world, part in qua, the appearance under which we know it. How obscure these recondite questions as to origins are. And how, in the discussion of particular cases, can the departure from the general law and the special facts, the accidental and the essential, be made exactly. However, from the point which the sciences have now reached, scholars no longer confuse the work of the naturalist who describes, compares, and classifies the species, with the experimental researches of the physiologist or with the laws that the anatomist discovers and formulates. In the opinion of all competent judges, zoological characteristics are one thing, anatomical and physiological characteristics something else. On the basis of zoological characteristics, the fauna of Australia are strongly contrasted with the fauna of other continents. Yet, the laws of anatomy and of physiology apply to this fauna just as they do to all others. And should another continent and another fauna be discovered, we shall be sure from now on that the same theoretical laws would apply to new zoological forms found there. The progress of each science in a manner appropriate to it will certainly make the separation still more marked. But from now on it will be enough to show that in this respect the family of biological sciences does not constitute an exception to the general system of the sciences, whatever difficulty we may find in carrying out in detail a rigorous separation. For, once again, nature does not bind herself to the absolute precision of our logical rules, and from the fact that the distinction of the two systems has a natural basis, it does not follow that the two systems may not be combined and be connected through some of their ramifications. The level of the biological sciences separates clearly into four members or subordinate groups, although crossovers and minglings are found in the passage from one group to another. The vegetable and animal kingdoms will not be confused by anyone, even though certain creatures exist which cannot be unequivocally identified as either plants or animals. Still less should empirical psychology be confused with human physiology, although there is an intimate connection between them, both in relation to the abstract theory of ideas, and as a result of the fact that psychology is found to be connected with the whole group of noological sciences. The reasons which lead us not to separate empirical psychology from the family of natural sciences, militates equally against placing ethnology and linguistics in the second series, following anthropology or the natural history of the human species, or in the third series, pedagogy, the relations of which to empirical psychology are of the same nature as those of hygiene and physical education to human physiology. Moreover, it is clear that these are questions of analogies and affinities that can be evaluated differently, and concerning which there would be little reason for making any dogmatic pronouncement. 348. Since man is destined by nature to social life, in the study of his intellectual and moral nature we have to take account continuously of the facts and ideas which arise out of the relations of 508. Man to his fellow beings, in the midst of civil and political society. Therefore, it is not necessary to try to establish a rigorous separation between the group of noological sciences and the group of social or political sciences. Ethics pr morality has relations with the theory of legislation and with all the branches of positive law. Grammar, literature, and the fine arts presume the existence of cultured societies and the dealings of the individual with society. To tell the truth, the division of the two groups is purely artificial, but it is convenient. This is especially so because it corresponds well enough to the distinction that it is convenient to make between the sciences which hardly permit of continuous and indefinite progress, because the kind of observations on which they rest has long furnished nearly everything it can furnish, and the sciences which, in most of their parts, at least of those which deserve to be called positive, should be strengthened and extended, in proportion as the progress of observation and experimentation brings additional facts to light and gives greater certainty or precision to the facts already known or foreseen. Chapter XXIII. On the scientific character of psychol. OGYN on its place among the sciences. 349. For half a century, philosophers have had much to say about psychology and psychological observation. The relations between the psychological study of man and philosophical speculations are so close that we feel obliged to follow up the rough draft of the general table of human knowledge by going further into the development of matters which concern psychology, its principles, its methods, and its connections with the other branches of human knowledge. With this done, we shall come to the end of the task we proposed for ourselves when we undertook this essay. 350. What strikes us first as we move from physiology to psychology and from the phenomena of animal life to those of the intellectual life is the impossibility of fixing precisely the point at which the one is superimposed upon the other, or the exact point at which the series of psychological phenomena originates. Those psychologists who have pretended to stick closest to nature, to describe the gradual development of the functions of intelligence most cautiously and clearly, have all taken the phenomenon of sensation as the point of departure in their descriptions and as the first stage in their theoretical construction. But how many steps, how many modifications in the sensibility, and how many varieties in these affections there are which we lump together under the generic and abstract term sensation, since we lack the ability to distinguish them clearly. At the lowest level we divine rather than establish, in elementary tissues, an obscure sensibility which is often indicated by the special name of irritability, in order to draw attention to the great gap that lies between it and that perfected sensibility adapted to the system of sensory organs, as a result of which sensory perceptions occur. But even those who think it necessary to use different terms to designate things so remote from each other regard irritability, which is ME. 609. 510. Nantly a vital force and one very distinct from the physical properties of tissues, as simply the rudimentary manifestation of the capacity for sensing which becomes perfected in proportion as the organism becomes perfected and complicated, always tends toward centralization and systematic unity, and which, on the contrary, is gradually weakened in proportion as the organism wastes away and breaks up into its primordial elements. Sensibility of the sort found in the lower forms of animal life which have no nerve centers, or in which a centralized pattern of nerve structure is relatively imperfect, is certainly to be put above the purely organic sensibility of the elementary tissues or of the organs which are not connected with the general pattern of animal life, although it is still far removed from the general sensibility found among the higher animals. This intermediate group may be represented by insects which lack a brain, but which nevertheless perform so many marvelous acts that indicate a sort of instinctive sensibility and perception of which our customary ways of getting knowledge can give us no idea. It would surely be as contrary to reason to resort to the hypothesis of Cartesian mechanism in order to explain the acts of the ant and the bee as it would be to explain those of the dog and the elephant in this way. From another point of view, it is also impossible that anyone who has delved a little into the laws of organic structure should admit that the way in which the most industrious insect perceives resembles that of the animal whose structure predisposes it to functions of a higher order, whose natural aptitudes have been perfected, since becoming domesticated, through its contact with man. 351. Thus sensation, the phenomenon taken as first term in the psychological series, is not really a primitive fact, or one from which it is possible to set out as from a well-established point of reference with which all subsequent facts could theoretically be connected. On the contrary, it is taken as a point of departure arbitrarily, and no one would know how to fix it with precision in the midst of a continuous series of phenomena whose true origin will always escape observation and knowledge. It is impossible to say how many nuances this so-called obscure sensibility passes through in going down the series from higher animals to the ultimate animal culls, among the higher forms, and in man himself. It seems at one time to be localized in certain organs, and at another time to belong to the system of phenomena that consciousness brings together and centralizes, according to the progressive evolution of organic structures and functions. 352. Nor is the transition from sensation to judgment any more abrupt. In order to convince ourselves of this, we need only to glance over what naturalists and philosophers have written concerning illusions of the senses. Education and habit cannot explain the more or less obscure or distinct judgment which is implied in every sensory perception, and psychologists extricate themselves only by arbitrary hypotheses, often surcharged to such an extent with details of pure invention that they deserve to be called philosophical fictions. The imagination has been stimulated with respect to these matters by the fact of the long period of infancy in human beings, by the long time it takes the infant to acquire the faculties which give him knowledge of things outside himself. It has always been noticed that the human species is a unique exception in this respect. It seems that nature was able to satisfy the conditions of the birth of the child only by curtailing the period of pregnancy at the expense of fetal development. It also seems that our species reproduces, to a certain extent, the anomaly observed in the order of marsupials, in which, since parturition is always immature, special means of protection preserve the life of the young until they have attained the degree of organic perfection which is found at birth among the young of other species as a result of their prenatal development. Now, if we consider how contact is established between the newly born and the external world among these species, we shall find nothing resembling the laborious apprenticeship, the slow education of the sense organs, that the systematic explanations of the psychologists should lead us to expect to find, in order to establish the transition from sensations to judgments concerning distances, forms, and other properties of bodies. The movements of young birds which run about and find their food after they break out of their shells must not be compared to the movements of the newborn infant who seeks the breast for his nourishment. The latter are instinctive movements and are not accompanied by perception, or are accompanied by only an obscure perception of external objects. The former presuppose a clear and distinct perception of distances and forms of a type which must. 512. remain almost unchanged from the beginning throughout the whole life of the animal, and which the child acquires only a long time after its birth. 353. If there were not, even for us, some judgments that are originally spontaneous and that nature had intimately connected with sensation, although this connection cannot be logically explained, if the apparent spontaneity of these judgments were the result of nothing but training and habit, then another sort of training and other habits would have to have the power of depriving us of these, after the development of our understanding had made us aware that such judgments are erroneous. Now, we observe just the opposite of this, and the illusions that judgment destroys must not be confused with those that judgment or reason corrects but does not destroy. It may be, as some authors have said, that a person born blind, but who has been given his sight as the result of an operation, believes, at first, that he is able to touch the walls of his rooms, that all raised surfaces would seem flat to him, and that later on, and when illusions have been overcome, the trees bordering a roadway, which, because we have become familiar with the laws of perspective, appear to us to be of equal height and arranged in two parallel lines, seem to him to be smaller and to be arranged in two converging lines. But over and above these illusions that are cleared up through habit, there are others which persist. The professional astronomer, like anyone else, sees the sky in the form of an inverted bowl, the moon as a plane disk, larger when at the horizon than when at the zenith. When we go to see a cyclorama, a certain amount of time is needed for the illusion to be produced, and it has not been noticed that the habit of frequenting a cyclorama lengthens or shortens the time needed for the occurrence of this sensory illusion, an illusion in which reason surely has no part. The apparent diameters of the fixed stars seem to contract in a high-powered telescope. This is an illusion that is explained on the basis of the fact that the apparent movement of the stars becomes so much more rapid when they fall within the field of the telescope. And this explanation squares with the phenomenon everyone has noticed of the apparent foreshortening of houses, trees, and other objects which border a railroad over which one is traveling at high speed. Now, no one can establish that the habit of making astronomical observations or of traveling on a train has any effect upon the persistence of these illusions. In the experiment in which two fingers are crossed over a moving ball, the frequent repetition of the experience, plus the intervention of the sense of sight, do not destroy the illusion of the sense of touch, although it may be corrected by them. If there are persistent illusions in sensory perception, as over against other illusions that are corrected by the concurrence of the other senses and by habit, it is clearly necessary that the sensations of men, like those of animals, imply a different sort of judgment than the superior judgment of which the animal is certainly incapable, and by means of which our reason corrects these persistent mistakes. 354. But these are principally voluntary movements and, in general, rapid decisions of the will. They imply in the most marvelous manner, if not a series of judgments and of arguments, in the logical sense of these terms, at least a continual activity of the intelligence which makes it perceive with rapidity relations of convenience or inconvenience. These are all at least as complicated as, and often even more complicated than, those that we grasp only slowly in the process of logical deduction. All games of dexterity and reckoning, all physical and mental skills offer wonderful examples of this. In order to formulate a scientific theory of perceptions and judgments of this nature, we like to imagine that the act has been broken up originally into distinct moments, and that afterwards habit has progressively diminished the intervals of time which separate them, until every trace of them in consciousness is effaced. This is a device of the same sort as that by means of which, in the calculus, we first choose intervals which later on we submit to a process of indefinite subdivision in order to come back to the continuity that we can reach only in this roundabout way. But this is simply a device adapted to our manner of conceiving things and not to the nature of things themselves. No doubt experience confirms that where things taught and learned methodologically are concerned, it is necessary to proceed pretty much in this way, that is to say, to break up the continuous action so that it may lend itself to methodical transmission. But since nothing of this sort is observed in any actions of animals and in a great many of our own actions, it must be concluded that habit does not only reduce the intervals to the point of making consequent 514 tive actions indiscernible, but rather that the effect of habit is to endow us with special aptitudes, by stimulating and directing our capacity to grasp relations toward a particular end, without being required to work our way through a series of logical deductions. We become skilled at the game of billiards not by studying carefully the mechanical problems, the theory of which the player should know thoroughly in order to give a logical account of his game, but rather through practice. That is to say, we become skilled by cultivating through habit and by directing toward this recreational purpose the ability, which we have in varying degrees, of sizing up at a glance the relations between movements of parts of our body, the intensity and the direction of the movements impressed on the balls, and the modifications that these movements should undergo as a result of friction and of striking other objects. The skillful player is aware of all these things in his own way, not in that of the mathematician. He lets himself be guided by the lessons of experience, without being able to abstract, as does the physicist, the fundamental data of experience or to give a scientific account of these data. No one will dispute the fact that the player is continually using the faculty of judgment, although in a manner closer to the spontaneity of sensory perception than to the methodical and reflective procedure upon which the attention of logicians and psychologists is exclusively focused, when they wish to present a scientific theory about the operations of thought. 355. When these operations are judged on the basis of the knowledge they have produced, an unmistakable gap exists between judgments based upon the relation between the senses and those that reason conceives as absolute and necessary. Kant has worked out more rigorously than anyone else the impossibility of deducing anything but a relative and conditional judgment from a sensory experience, unless a higher faculty intervenes. But, on the other hand, let us remember that the general ideas of reason acquire their maximum clarity only in certain select intelligences that are either predisposed toward them or are placed in circumstances favorable to the stimulation and development of the forces of the mind. Let us also remember that among other persons we find these general ideas confused and in all degrees of ambiguity, to such an extent that it would be risky to assert that they do not exist germinally in the most primitive sensory perception and in what occurs in the infant or the idiot. With these things in mind, we should recognize that this line of demarcation loses some of its fixity when carried over into the field of psychology. In the latter, on the contrary, we have in view the natural development of the forces of the mind rather more than the intrinsic characteristics of the products of thought. So, coming back again to a comparison which is no doubt remote, a certain kind of classification of rocks, based upon the chemical nature of their principal constituents, may be perfectly obvious in mineralogy where rocks are studied according to their composition and structure, rather than on the basis of the circumstances under which they are formed and their position in the earth. But this classification is of no use to the geologist who, on the contrary, observing rocks where they are found and having the history of their formation as the principal object of his study, establishes transitions, mixtures, and substitutions of elements, which confuse or unite that which the classification of the mineralogist has distinctly separated. 356. The development of activity, will, and freedom is parallel to that of sensibility, intelligence, and reason, and the continuity of transition which is observed in one series will also be observed in the parallel series. These two orders of phenomena correspond to and suppose one another mutually and are connected with one another after the fashion of mechanical action and reaction. Corresponding to the obscure sensibility of organic tissues and of lower animals is a similarly obscure activity, a mysterious force of which not only the cause or the essence, but the mode of action is incomprehensible to us. In proportion as the affections of the sensibility are coordinated and centralized so that they tend toward more distinct knowledge, voluntary direction also comes to be determined with greater clarity. Finally, it can no longer be denied that the phenomenon of desire and will exists in the higher animals, in very young children, idiots, insane persons, and in men who are lost in their dreams or are intoxicated. However, in these cases, that higher degree of the active power which constitutes free will either cannot exist, or no longer exists, or is momentarily 516. Suspended. And then, what of the degrees of this self-possession, which is the condition of eminently free and fully responsible action? When does the voluntary act begin to entail the responsibility of the agent? Saint Augustine ponders if a child in a cradle, in a fit of temper, has not sinned, and the question he presents to the theologians we present to the philosophers. We recognize in the action and in the remarks of a demented person a malicious will that we repress by means of threats and corporal punishment, and that nevertheless does not entail responsibility in the eyes of the expositors of civil and religious laws. We attribute our passions to the animals, we call them cruel, obstinate, timid, and cowardly, and if it is not permissible to take these expressions literally, as attributing to the appetites and inclinations of animals a character of morality which belongs only to man, nevertheless one cannot refuse to see in these affections of the animal nature the basis of the appetites and the passions of human nature. Not only are the organic conditions analogous, but the analogy persists in the psychological affections, and the powers of the human mind, which sometimes master these in the name of a higher principle, are subject to lapses, to gradual weakenings, the consequence of which is that no one whose eye does not penetrate into the depths of man's being has the right to set himself up as the judge of the absolute values of man's actions. If nature had introduced clear-cut distinctions in the series of psychological phenomena, an order of succession that the mind might have been able to grasp clearly, the language of psychology would not have been so slow in becoming established, and the precision of the ideas would have introduced precision into the language. Had this happened, the impossibility of defining things for want of the knowledge of their essence or of the power to break up the idea into simpler ideas, would not have hindered the reaching of an agreement on the terms by which to designate them, from the moment they had been distinguished by thought. On the contrary, when we see that after so many attempts the language of psychology is continuously being reconstructed and is always in its infancy, that the meaning of terms varies from one author to another, or rather that each author tries vainly to convey the same idea by using exactly the same word, and so gives rise to endless distinctions and contradictions on the part of critics, we are bound to infer that the indecisiveness of language is the counterpart and the mark of the indecisiveness of ideas. Consequently, we should no longer be surprised that the psychologists, starting from obscure and indecisive beginnings, have been unable to give their language and their systems a truly scientific precision, absoluteness, and logical sequence. 357. These considerations naturally lead to the discussion of the meaning of the famous proposition which, as has been said, sums up the whole psychology of Condillac and his school: attention, judgment, reasoning, memory, imagination, desire, will, the passions, in a word, all the faculties of the human mind are only transformed sensation. Since the philosophy of Condillac, which was so disdainful of the past, has ceased to prevail in France, it has been repaid for that contempt by contempt, it has been given a sophistical form under which it would be unworthy of the attention of serious minds. Nevertheless, the influence it has had on eminent men forces us to believe that this doctrine does not run counter to the laws of reason, that it could have been better interpreted and defended for a longer time, when, by one of those whims of which we find so many examples in the history of opinions, after having enjoyed exclusive domination it passed completely from sight. But our problem here is not to examine all the aspects of Condillac's philosophical system. We wish to call attention incidentally to the meaning of the formula which has been understood to sum up his psychology, and, to begin with, to bring together some examples whose comparison seems to us to be well suited to do away with its ambiguity. 358. When an engineer proposes to make use of the kinetic energy developed by some natural agent, such as a stream of water, in order to produce some mechanical effect, he conceives of a device which first collects the energy that is produced and then stores it up so that it may be meted out uniformly later on as it is needed, even though the motive force may act intermittently. Other parts of the installation are designed to distribute and transmit the kinetic energy in various directions until it reaches the machines whose construction and whose operating parts are specifically adapted to the production of the different mechanical effects to perform which the kinetic energy is received and utilized. Now the study of the laws of mechanics teaches us that in this case the 518 engineer manipulates the power put at his disposal by nature in the same way that the sculptor works the mass of clay that he molds to his liking, and with which he may successively make, destroy, and remake such forms as he pleases. After having been momentarily present in the main shaft of the drive wheel, the kinetic energy passes, by means of intermediate gears, to levers, flywheels, and pistons. Here it produces rotary motion, there rectilinear motion, here the motion is intermittent, there it is continuous. It makes little difference how the kinetic energy is obtained in the first place, for, at least theoretically and except for the fact that there is a loss of energy in the operation of the machine, a loss which the skill of the mechanic constantly tends to reduce, the engineer is always able to introduce the kinetic energy in the form best suited for the purpose he has in mind. This can be conveniently expressed by saying that the machine can only transform a given quantity of energy, or that the kinetic energy transmitted from one part of the machine to another is simply the same energy transformed. Similarly, when a banker exchanges certain kinds of money for others, silver for gold or gold for paper, demand notes for long-term notes, sight drafts for notes that are payable on maturity, checks which are payable in a given place for bank drafts payable at some far distant point, he simply transforms, in terms of the needs of his business, a value which is fundamentally always the same. The form in which he receives this value makes little difference to him, for he will always be able, through banking operations, to obtain this value in the form best suited to his actual needs, except for the diminution of value or the loss which results from the cost of exchange and discount, a cost that commercial competition and the perfecting of the machinery of commerce constantly tend to reduce to their minimum. Not only the banker but also the merchant and the manufacturer who work with actual goods see in the goods only an absolute and homogeneous quantity, namely, commercial value, brought into being under different forms. A commodity may have been materially used up, but its value survives and has gone into another commodity which has been produced. From the point of view of the economist and the sort of ideas and facts he analyzes, it is accurate to say that the value, or part of the value of the goods produced is simply a transformation of the value of the commodity that has been consumed. 359. To go back to the terms of our first example, let us suppose that the factory for whose operation the kinetic energy of a stream of water is used is a powder works. In this case, after it has gone through all the parts of the mechanical system in a variety of forms, the kinetic energy is finally spent and used up in the shock of the pestles which grind and mix the materials out of which the powder is made. This powder is itself potentially a very powerful substance. It will be used for shattering objects, for clearing out pieces of rock, for producing powerful explosions. In a word, it contains a motive force which requires only a spark to set it off. But can it be said that the motive power used up by the pestles has passed into the powder, that the potential energy of the powder is only the transformation of the energy originally furnished by the motive force and distributed through the different parts of the machine used in manufacturing the powder? To say this would be a mistake, for there is no proportionality, no relation between the force dispensed in the mill and the mechanical power of the powder produced. One is not the result of the other. The original energy has been used up in grinding and mixing absolutely inert materials. In order to explain the mechanical properties of the powder we must have recourse to certain laws of chemistry and physics, which are not related to the use of power in the manufacturing of the powder. The using up of the original energy has been simply one of the conditions for bringing together and into intimate contact the materials of the explosive mixture, in order to make possible the ultimate use of mechanical force that nature has given the chemical reaction of the elements of the mixture when it is activated by some device for exploding it. Similarly, when powder is used in mining operations, it is necessary to use a certain amount of energy to drill holes in the rock, to put the powder into them and pack it down, and to fire it. But except for this there is no relation whatever between the amount of energy used up in this work and the mechanical effects produced by the detonation. The preparatory work will not determine the ultimate production of power which is the result of the expansion of the gases created by the burning of the powder. It 520. Will simply be one of the preliminary conditions which must be fulfilled before the potential energy of the powder, the explanation of which is found in physical laws of a particular sort, can be utilized in the production of a useful effect. One sort of energy will have been used up, another will have been created, but the latter will not be the first transformed. The transition of the former to the latter cannot be explained simply by the laws of mechanics, at least not by those which are sufficient to explain the operation of a machine itself. A natural action must intervene which has its own laws and its special reason for being. A steam engine which is fired by coal is used to extract coal from the bowels of the earth and to raise it to the surface of the earth. In one sense this machine reproduces the commodity it consumes. It absorbs force and it creates force since, by virtue of the properties of gaseous substances, every source of heat is equivalent to a source of mechanical force. But in such a case it cannot be said that there has been a transformation of the force used up. The relation which exists between the consumption of the machine and its useful effect can be traced to accidental or fortuitous circumstances. The same expenditure of combustible material and of power would have had to be applied in raising to the same height the same weight of materials that could in no way have the property of reproducing heat or power. 360. When, instead of applying his muscular force directly to the production of a mechanical effect, man acts to overcome resistances by using a machine, the entirely passive function of the machine consists in transforming the kinetic energy that man possesses through his nature as a mechanical agent, by building it up or by dissipating it at certain points in space and at certain moments in time, but without fundamentally altering it, and above all without adding anything to it. On the contrary, when a sailor uses his muscular force to spread and to give the right direction to the sails of his ship, to direct the rudder, VPR to work the ropes, instead of acting himself upon the obstacles to be overcome, he uses forces of nature, which are incomparably more powerful than his own, to act for him. It would be vain to attempt to explain the effects produced, if we did not take account of this intervention of outside forces which the work of the sailor directs and puts into play, but of which he is not the productive source. Man himself and the animals, considered from the point of view of their bodily structure, may be likened to mechanical structures in which lever, RMS, fulcrums, and all the elements of a machine are found. In structures of this sort, a contraction of groups of muscles is the source of the kinetic energy which then, by being transformed and distributed according to the laws of mechanics, comes to the organs by means of which the animal acts directly upon external bodies. But whatever obscurity may exist concerning the causes and the particular form of muscular contraction, we fail to see how it is possible to escape the conclusion, that here, as in the burning of the explosive mixture, or as in the combustion of coal, a special action of nature intervenes by means of which it not only transforms but also creates mechanical force out of nothing. And if we consider the series of still more subtle phenomena which intervene between the action of external stimulants and the nervous reaction of the muscular fiber, we shall judge that there exists among the various terms of the series a heterogeneity which does not allow us to conceive the passage from one to the other by means of a simple transformation, but which, on the contrary, obliges us to admit the intervention of natural forces sui generis, of which the above examples, however, give the idea by their simplicity and to some extent by their relative crudeness. 361. Now, in what sense can we say with Condillac that sensation is transformed to become attention, judgment, reason, memory, desire, will, and so on? Does this mean that the phenomena of sensation alone make understandable to him everything that goes on in the understanding and in the will after sensation has occurred? Does it mean that, once this first fact is given, all the others are found to be virtually included in it, and that the highest insights of reason, the most reflective determinations of the will, contain nothing more than what was in the phenomenon of sensation without either additions or subtractions, without profound modifications due to the intervention of forces whose cause and controlling principle would exist elsewhere than in sensation itself? If such were Condillac's notion, it would be difficult to understand how a doctrine which runs so counter to common sense could have found its place among those extreme aberrations to 522. Which philosophers have been led by yielding to the desire to twist the facts of nature to fit the artificial unity of their systems. But if Condillac simply wanted to describe the sequential order among psychological phenomena, which makes it possible to consider them as proximate causes of one another, he would only have done what is done in all branches of the study of nature, what all physiologists do without the import of their language being misunderstood. For example, when they explain the general unity of the functions of nutrition, by taking edible material from the time it is put in the mouth, and following its transformation in the tissues where assimilation takes place, they do not pretend that the act of grasping and of masticating foods is sufficient to explain digestion, nor that assimilation is nothing but a prolonged and modified digestion. They admit the intervention of a variety of forces and principles whose concurrence is the necessary condition of the accomplishment of the total function. But they lack the ability to trace the phenomena back to their true causes, by means of scientific observation and analysis, in such a way as to isolate them and to assign each of them its exact part in the process. Therefore, for purposes of explaining the phenomenon, and with the limits of possible observation, they consider the description of the circumstances in which the phenomenon is produced, and they regard as the cause of a given phenomenon other observable phenomena in whose absence the former would not have occurred. Condillac's formulation would no longer seem to be anything more than the correct expression of the continuity that prevails in the series of psychological phenomena which develop from one another and proceed from one another through an endless operation of vital and creative energy. Thus the pure teachings of Condillac have been succeeded by modified doctrines out of a desire to give a larger place to the activities of the mind. After this, however, the difficulty, or, better, the impossibility of determining precisely the extent of the division has introduced an indecision into the exposition of these doctrines which have sought to explain and not merely to describe phenomena. The artifice of style may sometimes conceal this indecision, but criticism cannot fail to bring it to light again as soon as it examines the matter thoroughly. 362. By making sensation the foundation, so to speak, of the whole series of affections of which the human mind is capable, Condillac continued the profound separation, laid down by the Cartesians, between material phenomena, which, according to them, are all equally reducible to pure mechanism, and spiritual phenomena, which are all equally incompatible with the essential properties of matter, from the vaguest sensation to the highest acts of intelligence and freedom. He opposed Buffon when that great writer granted to animals the affections of sensibility, since he felt that these are compatible with corporeal nature, even though Buffon was too genuine in his portrayal of nature to fall into the absurd hypothesis of Cartesian automatism by completely denying to animals a soul, that divine principle of freedom and reason. Buffon's opinion was a protestation by his common sense, supported by science and genius, against the paradox into which the predilection for systematic constructions and abstract speculations had led the whole Cartesian school. His opinion was a return to the idea admitted in antiquity, of a sensitive and animal soul and of a rational and free soul, an idea which Maine de Byron, one of the most original thinkers of this century, has reproduced under forms which are very much more settled but which for that reason give evidence of being an arbitrary and systematic contrivance. 2. According to him, the essence of the human self or of the human mind consists in the ability to make free choices. The affections of the sensibility, the images of the imagination, the violence of the passions belong to animal nature and fall within the province of the organism, the human person, the self, a hyper-organic force, the essence of which is self-possession and free self-determination, is united in man, and in man alone, with animal life. The mystery of this union replaces the mystery of the union of thinking substance and extended substance in the Cartesian system. The hyper-organic force of the self is suspended in dreams, in drunkenness, and in insanity, while the animal life continues to function, almost as, according to Bichat's theory, organic life goes on during anomalous or periodic suspensions of the animal life. When the person recovers himself, finds himself once more in the presence of the phenomena of sensibility, imagination, and passion, which are realized in the sphere of functions of animal life, it is always by a free and voluntary determination that his strength is revealed and his authority manifests itself. In the absence of the self, there are sensations, but not knowledge, passion, but not will, for knowledge and will presuppose the consciousness of freedom and personality, of self-possession. Consequently, neither will nor knowledge is present in any degree whatever, either in animals or in men when they are dreaming or delirious. 363. But these consequences themselves show wherein the ingenious system whose principal characteristics we are outlining is excessive and contrary to fact. Our own experience proves to us that in dreams, although we may or may not experience a vague feeling of our inability to act or to coordinate our action, we know the persons and things of which the imagination reproduces images, that the faculties of comparing, judging, remembering, and anticipating are brought into play as a result of these deceptive perceptions. It is plain to see that when we pass from sleeping to waking, these functions are carried out with greater regularity or coordination, but that their nature does not suddenly change. We have every reason to believe that the same thing is true of them when the infant, by a sort of awakening or, rather, progressive attentiveness, comes little by little into possession of the faculties of the intellectual life. It is as contrary to a legitimate inference to refuse to concede that animals have any knowledge and even any feeling of their individuality as it is to accord to them a knowledge and a personality similar to our own. The human individual is the highest form of self-consciousness, or, at least, we have no idea of any higher form of it, but this consciousness has its degrees and its progressive development as do the other phenomena of life. 364. If a sharp line of demarcation may no more be drawn where Buffon and Maine de Biron have placed it than where it was placed by Descartes, it must be recognized that the thought of the former tends toward a more faithful expression of the natural hierarchy of phenomena and functions, and the real distinction that the Creator has placed between humanity and animality, a distinction of an altogether different sort than that which separates one species of animals from another, and corresponding to destinies that have nothing in common. In fact, reason tells us that there are two levels in the series of phenomena which can all be called psychological in the sense that they all affect our internal senses. A lower level, including the affections which are also found in animals, or, if this way of putting the matter is preferred, those to which man is subject in so far as he shares in the nature of animals, and a higher level, including all parts of the series in which it is certain animality does not share. This is a fact that no theory can upset, and a theoretical conception will be preferable for the very simple reason that it sets off so important a fact to better advantage. This is true even though elsewhere the separation of the levels, which is clearly manifest when we take in at a single glance the unity of the strata of which they are composed, loses some of its clarity as we approach the median region in which they shade off into one another and precludes neither the interdependence of the parts of the system, nor the reaction of the parts on one another. It is pretty much after this fashion that the distinction of geological strata does not hinder us from observing the confusion and mixture of rocks as we pass from one stratum to another on the one hand, and, on the other hand, that the lower strata often carry marks of profound alterations, resulting from an influence exerted by the strata which have been deposited on top of them. 365. To the degree that we move toward the higher level of the phenomena of the psychological series, or toward exclusively human psychology, the assistance we can draw from anatomical and physiological observations becomes increasingly inadequate. There are many obvious reasons for this. In the first place, gross anatomy teaches us nothing or nearly nothing about the organization of the brain which tends to explain or make conceivable the functions of that organ of thought. Another more subtle or finer anatomy, the first attempts toward which did not appear before the beginning of the century, has still advanced too little to throw any light on this very difficult and complicated subject. Moreover, although psychological aptitudes do not cease to be connected with organic characteristics, it is an important consideration that the connection rests upon organic characteristics whose importance decreases in proportion as psychological capacities of a higher order are concerned. These are no longer characteristics of genera and species, but of varieties of races, or more often still of individual varieties, characteristics in whose transmission there is no fixity and which are linked to differences of aptitude of the greatest I'm. 526. Portance, intellectually and morally. Consequently, there is a well-marked contrast between the study of facts from the point of view of the naturalist and the physician, and the study of the same facts or of related facts from the point of view of the psychologist and the moralist. Without exceeding the limits of a legitimate inference, we can predict that this contrast will be maintained, whatever progress may be made in the future in the study of organic characteristics in their relation to intellectual and moral aptitudes. It is likewise incontestable that the progressive development of human thought, although never independent of the organism, tends to be directed more and more in terms of laws which are appropriate to it, and which have only more and more indirect relations to organic dispositions. Everything in the sensibility of animals is adapted to the perception of space and relations of position in space. There is homogeneity and direct connection between the organic arrangements of the apparatus of sensation and the relations for the perception of which it must serve as an intermediary between the animal and exterior objects. But man finds the idea of duration and of the coordination of things in time in the intimate consciousness of his personal existence. This is an idea that no organic structure in itself has the capacity to set up, because this is a matter of relations of which no organic structure can present the imprint and immediate representation. Therefore, if the consecutive production of the idea of time and of duration must be attributed to the energy characteristics of the force which produces the consciousness of personal existence, then there is no reason for requiring that the organism preserve the imprint of all the affections of the mind which are the result of previous impressions and which should still exert such a fundamental influence upon later resolutions and actions. 366. A man is present at a lecture that captures his attention and involves him in serious reflection. At this moment his senses are stimulated, his brain at work, and if a sufficiently penetrating eye were able to read into the most intimate details of the organism, it would discern 1,000 traces of this work of the organs. In addition, the age and the temperament of the subject, the state of his health, and his dietetic habits, all being things which certainly reflect themselves in the organic dispositions, exercise, concurrently with the memory of the past and the concern for the future, a less contestable influence on the impression that the lecture produces at the moment. Meanwhile other circumstances supervene, the senses again become quiet or experience excitations of another sort, all that remains of a very lively impression is a memory which is lost in a mass of other memories. But, behold, 20 years later, as a result of one of those associations of ideas which reason discerns and to which the senses contribute nothing, as a result of one of those moral analogies which relate facts physically most disparate, an unforeseen event revives this memory, recalls the forgotten reflections and obliterated emotions. Henceforth these reflections and emotions will come to exercise a decisive influence over all the conduct of the person. They will lead him to give up his habits, his most cherished affections, they will lead him into solitude, they will persuade him to impose privations and penances on himself. Here is an interesting subject for the study of the moralist and an occasion for applying the knowledge he has acquired of the strength of the human heart. But to imagine that all this can be explained by the convolutions of fibers or by vibrations of molecules, to require that organic structures retain indefinitely the imprint of all the affections which later have an influence on the decisions of the mind through the power of memory, is to fall into one of those systematic exaggerations that reason resists, even when it does not have the means at its disposal for logically demonstrating its absurdity or of experimentally proving its falsity. What we are saying of the ideas connected with the nature of time or of duration may, of course, be said of all the conceptions of reason which are not of the physical and sensory type. It is true that we are unable to deal with abstract ideas without the aid of sensible symbols, and for that reason animal sensibility and the organism always retain a place in the work of thought. Therefore, let us consider two men who are working on the same abstract speculations but who carried ink in two different languages. If the microscopic anatomy of their brains could be carried out far enough, it is very probable that differences would be found in them corresponding to the diversity of vocal sounds which are made by both during this imaginative work. Other organic modifications would correspond to the degree of attention, to intellectual effort, and would vary from one individual to the other, according to in 528 innate or acquired aptitudes, but they might be identical, either in the same individual or in different individuals, although their thoughts bear on very diverse subjects. Now let us admit that these organic modifications, imperceptible to actual observation, and, so to speak, infinitesimals, which should differ principally with respect to the nature of the symbols serving to support thought and with respect to the intensity of the intellectual effort, nevertheless have I know not what in common. And does this I know not what, this infinitely small thing of another order, represent the abstract truth, the identical theorem for the two intellects, in whatever language they think them, and whatever difficulty or facility they may have had in grasping them? Common sense forbids so complicated and so gratuitously constructed a scaffolding, a hypothesis which, far from explaining anything, does not even give an inkling of a possible explanation. 367. All that we have been able to do up to the present time has been to attempt to establish the connections of certain organic characteristics with certain intellectual and moral aptitudes, without at all going into the why of these connections, whereas, in the case of animal sensations, we catch a glimpse of the relations between the construction of the apparatus of the sense three and, if not the nature, at least the order and the intensity of the sensations produced. Gall's theory on the correlation of aptitudes with the development of the various regions of the cerebral hemispheres, developments which he believes can be interpreted by means of the bumps on their bony covering, is even now a remarkable example of the results which the empirical study of the connections in question may lead to. This is true even though the celebrated author of this doctrine allowed himself to be led prematurely, as always happens, to the construction of a system whose consequences the best minds have not been able to accept, to the extent that they go beyond the observed facts. We clearly understand that experimentation properly so called, that process which artificially sets up conditions in which phenomena are produced in order to establish their independence or to show their connection, becomes impossible in the higher phases of psychology. We must depend on the observation of the facts as they present themselves to us in all their complexity. We can imagine how prodigious this complexity is in comparison to the simplicity of astronomical phenomena, which also lie beyond experiment and which we must be content to observe as they unroll themselves before us. It will not be difficult to understand how very arduous it must be to discover the true order, the actual subordination of psychological phenomena through the complication of the appearances. However, we may move toward the solution of this great problem, and no doubt it will be approached through a minute, patient, and intelligent study. Organic lesions and alterations resulting from morbid or unnatural anomalies will be compared with the nature of the general or partial disorders they have introduced into the functions of the intellectual life, such as the destruction of memory for certain kinds of facts or words, the perversion of certain judgments or tastes, and hallucinations of various kinds. And, at the same time that the relationship between the organism and the functions is established, we shall have a less imperfect knowledge of the subordination of the functions, which is a strictly psychological question, more important in itself than the relations of the functions with the organic structures. In this comparative study we are concerned, on the one hand, with organic varieties of characteristically decreasing importance, which for that very reason are less clearly indicated and somewhat transient, and, on the other hand, with very complex phenomena in which many causes concur. Therefore, this study is a case in which the procedure has to be statistical, that is to say, it is one in which a great number of observations are collected in an attempt to unravel the constant influences by counterbalancing the effects which are due to fortuitous and variable causes. This is how we shall succeed in giving precision to the vague evaluation that each person makes for himself because of the influence that age, temperament, dietetic habits, and racial characteristics exert on moral and intellectual capacities. These are influences which would often not be manifest in a comparison of one individual with another, although the comparison strikes everyone's attention, and although it has given rise to proverbial 530 statements, when, even without having recourse to statistical tables, one race is compared with another, one sex to the other, young persons to adults, and so forth, in an overall view. 368. The same method is applicable when we wish to study not the immediate influence of the organism on the production of psychological phenomena, but the influence of these phenomena on one another, in such a way that mediately or immediately they are dependent upon the organism. For example, if statistical documents can establish a connection between age and criminality or the tendency to commit a certain kind of crime, they will also clearly be able to establish a connection between criminality and the level of education. But in neither case will the establishment of the relation carry with it the explanation of the causes or of the kind of influence, although a series of statistical observations, suitably directed, may in the long run throw some light on the nature of the influence itself. In certain cases it is no longer impossible to set up a system of experiments which reveal the influences we wish to study and to isolate them sufficiently from accidental and disturbing influences, without for that reason failing completely to take account of numerous series of observations like those which statistics records. For example, pedagogy is a science or an art the relations of which to general psychology are almost the same as those of medicine to psychology. In pedagogy, as in medicine, we are not strictly limited to the observation of phenomena as they occur of themselves. Direct experimentation is not impossible, although the respect due to human nature and the very purpose of the pedagogical art add to the intrinsic difficulties of experimentation and restrict its field. Well-conducted pedagogical experimentation is very appropriate for clarifying the operations of the mind and the inclinations of the heart and the connection of aptitudes and dispositions. Take a single example, that of relaxation through a variety of tasks. Is it not clear that we can attain a sufficient precision in the conditions of the experiments which might be devised to study this matter to enable us to determine indirectly what the faculties are among which nature has given the greatest amount of independence by the very constitution of the organs of thought, and to do this in such a way as to confirm or to overthrow a theory established on considerations of another kind, such as the phrenological system of Gall? 369. But much time and effort will be necessary before psychology, like medicine, can be brought to a truly scientific form. Even though the human mind may never be capable of carrying out this conquest, it would not follow that the precept of the oracle, know thyself, had been a vain one, for science is only one of the forms of gnosis or knowledge, in the broadest meaning of that term. Therefore, to suppose that psychology has been destined never to assume the form of a scientific system by no means implies that it is necessary to conclude that nothing can be gotten out of common proverbs and the meditations of philosophers on the subject of psychological facts. It would simply be found that since psychology eludes the indefinite progress which pertains only to knowledge which is linked together in scientific systems, the wisdom of the ancients would long ago have brought together everything true and useful that may be deduced from the reflective observation of psychological phenomena, everything that this observation yields when it is not twisted to meet the needs of arbitrary hypotheses and premature systems. When psychology is thought of in this way, do we not find in it the prototype of that Socratic philosophy which was so highly regarded by the Greeks and yet which was so rapidly replaced by the profound or subtle systems of the celebrated men who came immediately after the Socratic school? Judging the matter from the tradition of antiquity, would it not be possible to compare the intellectual and moral study of man, as Socrates appears to have conceived it, to the medicine of Hippocrates, devoid of all system, created well before the period in which it became possible to believe in the scientific coordination of pathological facts which, even in our day, give rise to so many ephemeral theories, and nevertheless are already so rich in profound aphorism, in judicious diagnostic skill, and directions for treatment that their very wisdom has made them survive all the revolutions of science. 370. If the nature of psychological data is, in fact, better suited to be translated into aphorisms than into theorems, if, at least up to the present time, the superiority of the ideas of the enlightened man over those of the ignorant, where they touch upon phenomena of this order, has been a product of wisdom rather than an acquisition of science, then this practical conclusion may be inferred, that the literary studies of the young child should prepare 532 him for the observation of the moral and intellectual nature of man, but that psychology cannot really be taken as the subject of an elementary and authoritative course. Experience establishes that oral teaching is useful for young minds only on the condition that it rests on exact ideas which are rigorously interconnected. Where the nature of things or the imperfection of our knowledge have presented an obstacle to the exact definition of ideas and to their systematic concatenation, teachers and pupils must necessarily be content with words and with empty and arbitrary formulas. On the contrary, logic is a true science which fits easily into the program of instruction. The same thing may be said of those philosophical problems which, although not susceptible to a scientifically demonstrated solution, nonetheless admit of a rigorous definition and an exact analysis. Those who propose to introduce psychology into the curriculum by placing it at the beginning of the course of philosophical studies naturally give the reason that it is in order to study the faculties of the human mind before proceeding to an analysis of the ideas that these faculties furnish. The ancient scholastics cited an equally plausible reason for attributing priority to logic when they said that logic is the instrument that serves us in the search for truth, and that the instrument should first be known before it is used. But happily nature has accorded us more liberty in the use of our faculties and in the exercises which should perfect them. It is possible to study logic and to make a thorough study of a great mass of questions which belong to general philosophy without giving our attention to psychological functions, just as it is possible to understand gymnastics without a previous study of the anatomy of the human body, and just as a music teacher may give lessons which are profitable to his pupil without first having to teach him the theories of acoustics or the anatomy of the ear, which he himself almost always ignores. 371. However, let us now leave this question, which is after all of interest in the practice rather than in the theory of teaching. Let us move on to the discussion of the very principle from which philosophers have set out who pretend to attain scientific demonstration as fully as physicists and chemists, and perhaps even better than they, to be like the latter the continuators of Bacon's reform, by basing their philosophical systems upon psychology, and psychology upon observation. The fundamental principle of these philosophers is that there are two kinds of observation, corresponding to two distinct or rather contrasting kinds of facts. There is sensory observation which applies to phenomena of the external world and to the study of man himself, considered from the point of view of his bodily nature. Then there is an introspective observation which is simply the attentive contemplation of the facts of consciousness, that is to say, the psychological phenomena which take place within consciousness and which are immediately known to us through our consciousness of them. 5. This distinction is undoubtedly justified, in that some of the materials of our study and of our ideas are furnished us by the relations of the senses properly so called, others by the internal affections of our sensibility, and, finally, still others by a superior faculty to which we give the name reason. But all our faculties depend on each other, and all our knowledge is interconnected. If the physicist and the naturalist observe with their senses, they observe still more with reason, and no one can make use of reason and of the senses without a sort of inward observation of the evidence that consciousness gives us, of the impressions of the senses and the conceptions of reason. When the term observation is used in the language of the sciences, when the sciences of observation are set over against those which are based upon calculation and reasoning, it is always understood that we speak of observation which is regularly organized and systematically conducted, which leads to the discovery of hidden phenomena by means of connections that reason conceives between sensory phenomena, and sometimes with the artifice of methods, as in statistical research, sometimes with the artifice of instruments, as in astronomy and physics. No one would think of saying that mathematics and geometry are observational sciences, because, if we become introspective, and if we observe in this way what are called the facts of consciousness, we shall find that we possess the idea of number, the idea of space, the idea of a straight line, and the idea of mathematical axioms, for example, that the whole is greater than the part, that a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. Psychology would come no closer to being an observational science, because introspective observation, that is to say, attention given to the evidences of consciousness, may have taught philosophers, like everyone else, that man experiences sensations and desires, that he has ideas and a will, that he makes judgments and deliberates, and that, depending upon the circumstances, he feels himself constrained or free in his decisions to act. If, when they reason about these elementary data which are common to all men, philosophers reach conclusions that laymen ignore and conclusions on which philosophers are often far from being in agreement, it would be an abuse of words to rank their theories among the observational sciences, whatever their scientific value may be. Therefore, the whole matter boils down to this question: can the introspective observations philosophers tell us about be carried beyond these elementary notions and even extended indefinitely in such a way that a group of diligent and patient observers might be gotten together, each of whom would methodically avail himself of the work of his predecessors, not just in the formal solution of a multitude of problems raised at the present time, but even in the discovery of a mass of facts of which we have no idea at present? Or, on the contrary, in anticipation of the possibility that it may someday be brought to such a stage of development that it can take its place among the observational sciences, should not psychology be introduced by means of a system of empirical investigations, if not exactly like that found in such or such a branch of the physical or natural sciences, at least analogous to it and differing from it only with respect to specific varieties, instead of forming a distinct and contrasting genus? 372. Now, when the problem is put this way, it is almost resolved. Apart from the fact that experience informs us that this introspective observation, this solitary contemplation of phenomena which occur in the privacy of consciousness, has never produced anything which resembles a body of scientific doctrine, the reason for this result or the absence of a result is easy to understand. It is not without reason that for so long a time the consciousness of the psychologists has been compared to the eye which sees objects outside of itself and which is not able to see itself. 6. Were it not that the device of the mirror, which allows the eye to see its own image, has no analogue in questions dealing with the examination of consciousness, then, because of the very intervention of reflection on the facts of consciousness, the phenomena which we wish to observe are found to be necessarily complicated by a new phenomenon and often modified or weakened. Astronomers and naturalists skilled in micrography, who observe with eyes aided by powerful instruments, know how often one is likely to have an illusion in delicate observations, by believing that one sees what one expects and wants to see as a result of preconceived opinions. If thought can react to this degree on sensation, the organic and physiological conditions of which are much better established, how much more reason is there for intellectual phenomena of a higher order, which have repercussions in consciousness, to be disturbed by the attention that is given to them? They may be disturbed to the point that it becomes difficult or even impossible to grasp them by means of introspective observation, as they are or as they would be without the inevitable interference of this disturbing factor. Here the effects of the perturbations are of the same order of magnitude as the effects of the principal causes which we wish to separate. Not only does the attention given to the facts of consciousness modify and alter them, but it also often makes them pass from non-being into being, or, to speak more accurately, it brings to the state of facts of consciousness psychological phenomena which would not have been echoed in consciousness unless attention had been given to them, and which may pass through a multitude of phases before reaching that of which we have a clear consciousness, which is the only one capable of becoming the object of introspective observation. What idea would we have of the way we appeared on the earth and of the manner in which we existed during the early years of infancy, if we had been abandoned in solitude from an early age, if the sight of what happens to our fellows and the accounts of our parents did not inform us about what happened to us in that early period of infancy, no traces of which are retained in our memory? Now, each psychological phenomenon goes through a period of early infancy, so to speak, in its progressive evolution, a phase that consciousness is unable to lay hold of, or memory to retain, and of which we form an opinion only through induction, analogy, and the indirect observation of external manifestations that we have good reason to believe are connected with inner phenomena which are hidden from direct observation. 373. Some other comments still remain to be made. In order that an observation may be called scientific, it must be capable of being carried out and repeated in circumstances which permit an exact definition. This must be done in such a way that in each repetition of the same circumstances it is always possible to establish the identity of the results, at least within the limits of error which inevitably affect our empirical determinations. Besides this, it is necessary that, in defined circumstances and within the limits of error which we have just indicated, the results be independent of the temperament of the observer, or that, if there are exceptions, they be traceable to a peculiarity of temperament which manifestly renders such a person unsuited for that kind of observation, without shaking our confidence in the constancy and in the intrinsic truth of the observed fact. But nothing of this sort seems to be encountered in the conditions of introspective observation on which we might wish to establish a scientific psychology. On the one hand, we have the problem of fleeting phenomena that cannot be grasped because of their perpetual metamorphoses and of their continuous modifications. On the other hand, these phenomena are essentially variable with the individual in whom the role of observer and that of the subject under observation are united. The phenomena change, often completely, as a result of varieties of temperament which have the greatest degree of mobility and instability and have the least characteristic value or importance in the general plan of the works of nature. Of what importance to me are the discoveries that a philosopher has made or that he believes he has made in the depth of his consciousness if I do not read the same thing in mine or if I read something else entirely different in it? Can this be compared to the discoveries of an astronomer, a physicist, or a naturalist who urges me to see what he has seen, to feel what he has felt, and who, if I do not have sufficiently good eyes or a sufficiently delicate touch, addresses himself to other persons better endowed than I am, who see or feel the same thing so exactly that it will be clearly necessary for me to yield to the truth of an observation to which all those agree in whom the qualities of the witness are found. Thus we see that the most useful observations concerning the intellectual and moral nature of man are gathered not by philosophers favorably disposed toward theories and systems, but by men who are truly endowed with the spirit of observation and capable of grasping the practical side of things, by moralists, historians, statesmen, legislators, and teachers of young persons. Generally speaking, useful observations have not been the fruit of solitary contemplation and introspective study of the facts of consciousness. They are rather the result of an attentive study of the conduct of men placed in diverse circumstances and subjected to passions and influences of all sorts, from which the observer takes great care to free himself as much as possible. So it is that here, as elsewhere, direct observation is principally of sensible facts, which, it is true, the testimony of our consciousness teaches us to relate to internal affections which escape the senses. In that the observations of which we are speaking resemble those of the physiologist, who makes judgments about the sensitivity of certain tissues. 538. Sues in an animal on the basis of the convulsive movements the animal makes when these tissues are injured. They have a resemblance, although a more remote one, to the observations of the physicist, who judges the relative velocity of the vibratory motions of two sounding bodies by means of the mtisical interval of the two sounds produced. 374. Nevertheless, if we have not succeeded in giving to facts gathered in this way concerning the intellectual and moral nature of man a scientific coordination comparable to that which connects facts revealed through a methodical observation of inanimate nature and of the living organism, the reason for this is evident and pertains to the nature of the facts observed, rather than to that of the instruments of observation. We have been endowed with certain senses of exquisite perfection and admirably adapted to our natural relations with external objects in everything that concerns the preservation of animal life in the individual and in the species. Nevertheless, these senses would soon be found deficient for the scientific investigation of sensible phenomena as the evidence of consciousness is deficient in the scientific investigation of internal phenomena, unless reason perceived such relations of dependence among the perceptible facts that some can be regarded as the manifestation and measure of others. Thus, through indirect observation, we reach facts which we should be unable to reach through direct observation. In this way we measure magnitudes out of all proportion to the organs of sense, for example, the very great velocity of light and the minuteness of light waves. All this is a consequence of the inexhaustible variety of the combinations to which the coordination of phenomena in space gives rise and of the fruitfulness characteristic of mathematical conceptions. But when we enter directly upon the study of intellectual phenomena of the highest order, so that we lose all trace of the relations with the organism, the phenomena do not lend themselves to any coordination in space. They are not for that reason exempt from coordination in time *, but, as far as empirical investigation is concerned, this condition is the same as non-existence. It seems that we have no means of estimating the time required for the occurrence of a phenomenon of this nature, the interval of time which necessarily separates two determined phenomena or two determined phases of the same phenomenon. Phenomena may be superposed or entangled without our being able to distinguish them, either through their coordination in space or through their coordination in time. We can hope to surmount these difficulties only by fastening the broken chain together again, if this is possible. If this is to be done, we must proceed gradually in the regular and methodical study of intellectual phenomena, beginning with those whose connections with the conditions of organic structure are most evident, and proceeding thus step by step, in such a way as to profit from the arrangement already introduced into phenomena of a lower order, for the purpose of attempting the scientific analysis and arrangement of phenomena of the next higher order. Finally, where all representation in space becomes impossible, where every measure fails us, the means of precision and of scientific control, drawn from the use of numbers, still find their place. The conception of order, of combinations, and of chance is even more abstract and general than the ideas of space and time. Consequently, numbers govern the intellectual and moral world just as they do the physical world. And statistical numbers, skillfully employed, may again bring to light combinations and a regular arrangement that the complexity of causes and effects does not allow us to recognize in the observation of individual cases. Often statistical procedures can only give greater exactness and clarity to notions that are gained through the experience of life, and that occur in the form of general maxims or aphorisms in the writings of philosophers and moralists, but that become elements of scientific research and comparisons only when they have been fixed by numbers. Thus, however empirical psychology is envisioned, we fail to see how it can be based upon processes of observation essentially different from those used in other scientific researches. Empirical psychology is in the same position as the other sciences, all of which have their peculiar difficulties to which methods of observation must be accommodated by subjecting them to different modifications. Only in this case the difficulties are greater, so that progress is slower and the approximation to truly scientific forms is much more belated. 375. Beyond this empirical psychology, which is a branch of anthropology and which may be regarded in some ways as the consummation of the biological sciences, there is doubtless another. 540. Psychology which does not require this apparatus of observation, this slow accumulation of detailed facts. This psychology should no more be put among what are called the observational sciences than arithmetic or geometry should be, however applicable they may be to some observable and observed facts, a condition without which any science would be chimerical. It is clear that it is possible to study the conditions of a conclusive argument, to classify our ideas into different categories, to set forth the rules of good method, to discuss the value of different kinds of proof and inferences, and to invoke principles of morality, by continuing their application to given species, without examining how, under what conditions, by virtue of what forces, because of what natural springs the notions, ideas, rules, and principles in question have made their appearance in the mind. When thus conceived, psychology is nothing but logic and theoretical ethics. Far from having its basis in the study of the organism, of the functions of life, and of the aptitudes and the natural needs of man, as does empirical psychology, it continually tends to exclude all these things. It seeks to bring to light relations and general truths that men lay hold of because of their nature as intelligent beings and reasonable creatures, as would be the case with any other creature on whom God had bestowed intelligence and reason in the same degree, but by different means, and in a physically different order of things. If it has been necessary for man's senses and his brain to be organized in one certain way rather than another in order to bring his intelligence to the point of being able to conceive mathematical ideas and arguments, if, too, a very complicated concatenation of historical events has been necessary to bring certain human societies to a state of intellectual culture which might permit the development of the sciences and of mathematics in particular, we see very clearly that the essence of mathematical truths does not depend upon the progress of events which have led to the clearing of forests, the construction of cities, the invention of writing and printing, and, finally, the establishment of professions and academies. Neither does the essence of mathematical truths, as we see with equal clarity, depend upon the arrangement of ganglia and nervous plexuses, on the composition of the blood and the body fluids, and on the properties of heat and electricity. If it has pleased the Creator, in the harmonious arrangement of the world, which is the object of our observations, to use so many extraordinary means for revealing to a Newton, and through him to other men, the fundamental truths which had been hidden from them, the disparity between the result and the means, the simplicity and the great generality of the one, the complexity and striking singularity of the others, force us to believe that the same result might have been obtained in other ways. Or at least we are forced to believe that the legitimacy of our judgments concerning the results is not subordinated to the state of our knowledge about the nature of the means. What we have been saying apropos of mathematical conceptions may be said in regard to the still more abstract and general ideas which are the subject matter of logic. Likewise, the notion of justice and injustice and that of the obligation to respect the rights and the persons of our fellow men present themselves to our minds as not dependent on the nature of the causes which have perfected our species to the point of making the individual living being a person, any more than on the instincts and needs which have created in the midst of human societies different sorts of property. So the same regulative principles ought to govern beings that, although having equally attained the dignity of moral persons, yet had done so in circumstances physically and historically unlike those in the midst of which the destinies of humanity are worked out. 376. Thus, we must be on our guard against confusing psychology, which is the empirical knowledge of intellectual facts in their natural relations with the organization and the constitution of the thinking subject, and logic, which deals with the relations between ideas as they follow from the nature of ideas themselves, independently of the way they are elaborated and appear in the human mind. 7. The same distinction always recurs between the knowing subject and the object of knowledge, between the things which depend upon the nature of the thinking subject and those which depend, on the contrary, only on the characteristic qualities of the object of thought. Moreover, this profound distinction would not be impeded except that, in dealing with abstract and rational logic, we are often led to touch on questions whose empirical solution belongs to what is properly called psychology, considered as a branch of anthropology or of the natural history of man. It would be still less possible to enter into the application of the sovereign principles of morality without entering into a circle of abstractions in order to consider man as nature has made him, with his appetites, his instincts, and his needs, which belong to the physical constitution of individuals and of the species. We have tried to indicate clearly the contrast between psychology and logic, to point out the true character of empirical psychology, and to show what psychological observation consists in, because it has seemed to us that modern doctrines have introduced confusion on all these points. But we do not lose sight of the fact that all our classifications are somewhat artificial, and that, finally, all our knowledge is interconnected because all our faculties aid one another. Chapter XXIV. An examination of some philosophical systems, as they are related to the principles presented in this work. Plato, Aristotle, Bacon, Descartes, Leibniz, and Kant. 377. We certainly do not propose to undertake a summary of all the innumerable systems of philosophy, nor even to sketch a few of them without omitting any of their essential characteristics. So our purpose in bringing this work to a close with some historical considerations is and can be only to point out very quickly, for the purpose of clarifying our own principles, the comparisons which it seems natural to make between them and some of the celebrated doctrines toward which, as toward so many prototypes, all cultivated minds readily turn. Ob Jove incipiendum. 1. It is very clear why we give our attention to the oracle of ancient wisdom, the sublime Plato, whose writings have had an influence on Greek philosophy, and, consequently, on all philosophy down to modern times, comparable to that which the Homeric poems have exercised on Greek letters, and, consequently, on all the literatures of Western Europe, an influence which persists in spite of all the destruction wrought by the barbarians, and of all the revolutions which religions, languages, and customs have undergone. Now, if we try to draw from Plato's vast system of dialectical subtleties and poetic conceptions that which bears most directly upon our problem, we shall find, first of all, that his great genius has enabled him to express by means of the most striking image the famous myth or symbol of the cave, the abstract conditions of the fundamental problem of critical philosophy. This problem consists in moving from the idea to the object, from appearances to things, from phenomena to relative or absolute reality. Some prisoners are shut in a cave too in such a way that they are forced to turn their backs to the pale light of a fire which illuminates them from afar. Puppets pass and repass in front of the mouth of the cave, their shadows being thrown on the back of it. These shadows are the only things the prisoners are able to see and are the sole source of their ideas of the nature of things. What a difference there is between these phantoms and the wooden or clay figures which are their source, and between those figures and living animate nature. And what precautions must be taken when the prisoners are freed and their fetters loosened little by little, in order to accustom their weakened eyes first to the appearance of the fire, to which the cave owes the little light that it enjoys, then to the reflected light of the sun, and, finally, to the sun itself. From beginning to end, the image is strikingly appropriate. But Plato, who so clearly conceives the relation of appearance or phenomenon to reality, does not think to ask himself how, in spite of their chains, the prisoners of the cave would be able to distinguish the shadows which are thrown before their healthy and normal, although weakened eyes, from the spots and the empty phantasms which, without an external cause, would confuse their eyes and their disordered imaginations. He does not consider that criticism which, proceeding by way of probable inference and not by positive demonstration, distinguishes in a complex impression between what is effective and what is representative, between what is traceable to the sentient subject and what is traceable to the nature of the object of knowledge, between what deceives us and teaches us nothing and what gives us true knowledge, and does so even though the known truth is still not or may never be the absolute truth, but a relative truth which is probably the only sort to which created beings can attain. Or, more likely, this criticism did not escape such a mind as Plato's, but he disregarded it. He himself is careful to teach us this in the Theaetetus, in which Socrates, after having raised the eternal objection drawn from dreams and madness, and after having made sport of Protagoras' doctrine which makes sensation the criterion of knowledge, and man the measure of all things, by asking why the pig and the baboon might not also legitimately make the same pretense, puts into the mouth of Protagoras or of his partisans this remarkable reply. You say the sort of thing that the crowd would readily accept, that it is a terrible thing if every man is to be no better than any beast in point of wisdom, but you do not advance any cogent proof whatsoever, you base your statements on probability. If Theodorus, or any other geometrician, should base his geometry on probability, he would be of no account at all. 3. And Socrates, or rather Plato, who shares strongly Protagoras' feeling in this matter, sets about in search of arguments that may be fairly presented. But since the nature of things does not admit of categorical demonstration, he has no alternative but to resort to dialectical subtleties, to which the genius of the Greeks was so inclined, and whose sterility they can be allowed to have failed to recognize more than we. Socrates is in the right when a little further on he says, then knowledge is not in the sensations, but in the process of reasoning about them, For it is possible, apparently, to apprehend being and truth by reasoning, but not by sensation. For he is wrong when he rejects the only kind of arguments and proofs, or rather of inductive inferences, that reason may use in criticizing our sensation, and in showing the weakness of the judgments they suggest to us. 378. Moreover, how could Plato have been satisfied, as being knowledge of the highest sort, with inferences and probabilities which do not even satisfy the needs of geometry, a science which in his eyes is very inferior to that whose object is the search for primary truths and the essence of things? In fact, according to his theory, there are 4 ways of knowing, of which the first and the most perfect, which goes back to principles and to the reason of things, is the only one which properly deserves to be called knowledge. The instrument of this knowledge par excellence is dialectic 5 and its subject matter. The other section of the intelligible, I mean that which the reason itself lays hold of by the power of dialectics, treating its assumptions not as absolute beginnings but literally, as hypotheses, underpinnings, footings, and springboards, so to speak, to enable it to rise to that which requires no assumption and is the starting point of all, and after attaining to that again taking hold of the first dependencies from it, so to proceed downward to the conclusion, making no use whatever of any object of sense but only of pure ideas, moving on through ideas to ideas and ending with ideas *****6. The second way of knowing, which belongs to the mid-ground between opinion and true knowledge, and of which, according to Plato himself, geometry or arithmetic offer the clearest prototypes, is what he calls ateloia, a word very difficult to translate, and that we shall translate as theoretical knowledge. The object of this theoretical knowledge is still intelligible things or ideas, but of a different class than those mentioned above. This then is the class that I described as intelligible, it is true, but with the reservation first that the soul is compelled to employ assumptions in the investigation of it, not proceeding to a first principle because of its inability to extricate itself from and rise above its assumptions, and second, that it uses as images or likenesses the very objects that are themselves copied and adumbrated by the class below them, and that in comparison with these latter are esteemed as clear and held in honor. Students of geometry, reckoning, and such subjects first postulate the odd and the even and the various figures and 3 kinds of angles and other things akin to these in each branch of science, regard them as known, and, treating them as absolute assumptions, do not deign to render any further account of them to themselves or to others, taking it for granted that they are obvious to everybody. They take their start from these, and pursuing the inquiry from this point on consistently, conclude with that for the investigation of which they set out. And do you not also know that they further make use of the visible forms and talk about them, though they are not thinking of them but of those things of which they are the likeness, pursuing their inquiry for the sake of the square as such and the diagonal as such, and not for the sake of the image of it which they draw? And so in all cases. The very things which they mold and draw, which have shadows and images of themselves in water, these things they treat in their turn as only images, but what they really seek is to get sight of those realities which can be seen only by the mind. 7. After true knowledge and theoretical knowledge, included within the common rubric of intelligence, or rather of intellection, comes belief and probability, which are so many degrees of opinion. The world of nature particularly belongs to the world of opinion, and Plato does not hesitate to hazard conjectures concerning such material where he is satisfied. To what previously affirmed, the import of the likely account, will essay to give as likely an exposition as any other, regarding both particular things and the totality of things from the very beginning. 8. Here, certainly, is a well-established hierarchy, a clear and well-connected system, and one very naturally suggested by the state of knowledge in Plato's time. What he calls knowledge or science is what we call philosophy, while Sidvoia is what is universally referred to as science today. He is on solid ground when he subordinates geometry to philosophy, as physics is subordinated to mathematics. But he is wrong in not recognizing the value of confirmation by a possible experiment, which gives to geometry the character of a positive science, a character denied to philosophic speculation. He falls into an even more important error, when he concludes on the basis of the place of philosophy in the hierarchical series that probable inferences are inadmissible in philosophy, although the nature of things makes it necessary for us to be content with inferences of this sort in physics but not in mathematics. And for that reason he condemns his philosophy to remain empty and sterile except as he becomes, through a happy infidelity to his principles, as so often happens in his case, the ingenious and eloquent expositor of those opinions or philosophical beliefs which are based, not upon rigorous demonstrations, more geometrico, but upon probabilities and likelihoods, upon inductive inferences and analogies of the very same sort as those which he theoretically disdains. 9. And notice to what extent a preconceived abstraction may influence the mind. Plato, this great artist, the best prepared of all philosophers for sensing the resources furnished to the expression of philosophical thought by art and poetry, where it bears upon matters which are incompatible with the precision and the dryness of logical forms, Plato sets about to underrate art and poetry and to set them almost at naught. For the artist and the poet are only imitators of sensible objects, which in their turn are nothing but images of intelligible things. Consequently the artist and the poet are still further from pure truth, or from that which is the object of true knowledge, than are those who, after the fashion of the physicists, deal directly with perceptible objects. 10.379. Instead of providing what it promised and what it was impossible for it to provide, the philosophy of Plato was promptly modified. It was better organized than any other to lend itself to two contrary tendencies, to incline toward mysticism and toward skepticism. The mystical tendency predominated when Hellenic civilization, returning in its old age to the fables that had charmed its youth, and subject to all sorts of foreign influences, probed deeply the symbols with which Plato's poetic imagination so often succeeded in clothing his thought. But this degeneration of Platonism, whatever curiosity it may have from the point of view of the history of the human mind, is of no interest for our purposes. On the contrary, the tendency toward skepticism showed itself early even in the gardens of the Academy, even in the halcyon days of Greek philosophy. On the basis of the division so clearly established by Plato, what was more natural than to reject in opinion everything incapable of being brought within the limits of science and that which really falls within the realm of opinion? This does not mean that it is impossible to support the affirmative and negative sides of an argument indifferently, it means rather that it is necessary to be content with probable inferences and arguments which convince the reason, although they are not secure from sophistical objection, and although they do not have the kind of certainty which is characteristic of mathematical demonstrations. We are not sufficiently well acquainted with those schools which the ancients call the Second and Third Academy to be able to evaluate clearly their notion of philosophical probability and of the nature of probable knowledge. The writings of the philosophers of these schools have not come down to us as have those of Plato and Aristotle, or those of the Neoplatonists of Alexandria. We know them only second-hand through references and inadequate extracts. Cicero himself is only an imitator, and although the admirable lucidity of his mind and his Roman common sense led him in general to take from the Greeks what was more substantial and to cut down the scholastic subtleties, it is not completely certain that he always grasped those parts of the teachings of his masters which would most interest us. It seems that a Greek named Arcesilos or Carneades, whose discernment had been sharpened by the study of geometry, which was flourishing at that time, as had been the case with Plato, was in a position to give to the theory concerning opinion and philosophical probability a more definitive form than we find in the writings of Cicero and other ancients. 11. However, when we consider that the doctrine of mathematical probability first appeared only in very modern times, and that so many mistakes had been made by the most skillful philosophers and mathematicians as to how it was to be understood and applied, we are strongly tempted to believe that the Greeks in their heyday did not have truly definitive ideas on this subject and were unable to express precisely that of which they could not give an exact account to themselves. 380. Plato fused together in his own way Pythagorean doctrines and the teachings of Socrates, and his system bears the mark of his taste for mathematical abstraction. Aristotle, wishing to do something different and better than Plato, constructed his on the basis of his genius as a naturalist, observer, and classifier. As an observer, he attached the greatest importance to sensory experience. He even wished that it might be used if necessary in all abstract and theoretical reasoning, and he expressed his position on this matter in terms that Bacon would not have disclaimed. 12. He distinguishes with perfect clarity deductive or syllogistic reasoning and reasoning by inductive inference, the first of which moves from the general to the particular, and is better adapted to the nature of things, the second of which moves from the particular to the general, and which, proceeding immediately from sensation, is better adapted to our nature. 13. We might think we were listening to Locke or Condillac, when he describes how sensation gives rise to memory, memory to experience, and the comparison of experience to common or general ideas, which are the principle of art or knowledge. 14. He even goes much too far in this direction, when he regards it as obvious that, if we had one less sense, we should necessarily have one less science. 15. For it is possible to prove that doing away with several of our senses would not necessarily involve doing away with any body of knowledge, because the sensations which are suppressed, having no true representative value, do not contribute, so far as they exist, to the formation of science or knowledge properly so called. But in spite of such well-marked tendencies toward what we should call empiricism and sensualism, tendencies which he owes no doubt to the positive direction of his works in the natural and descriptive sciences, Aristotle has the same ideas as Plato concerning the hierarchy of knowledge. For him as for Plato the highest sort of knowledge is that of first principles and of the reason of things, 1-6, and the syllogism is its proper form. Physics would have the same relation to mathematics as mathematics has to first philosophy. In physics WTE must seek only probability, and therefore it should be considered to fall within the realm of opinion and not of science, for the subject matter of science 1-7 is exclusively the things which are necessarily of such and such a nature, and which cannot be otherwise, while the field of opinion includes all the things which sometimes appear in one way, sometimes in another, so that we can reason in regard to them only through probability and conjecture. It is true that elsewhere 1-8 Aristotle consents to regard as being included within the field of scientific knowledge not only what always and necessarily happens, but also what happens ordinarily and most frequently, by excluding only what happens accidentally, or by anomaly. It follows from all this that Aristotle foresees, but in the most confused sort of way, the applications of the doctrine of chances and probabilities and the future science of statistics, although he is not sure whether he should put it in HNVRHM or in 3 Poundé. The philosopher of Stagira obviously had no notion of philosophical probability and of the principles of analogy and induction. In his eyes, if induction is valid and if it is possible to draw conclusions by proceeding from the particular to the general, it is only because all the particular cases have been exhausted. In fact, this alone can give positive certainty of the generality of the principle. 381. This is the place to insist on the distinctive trait of Aristotle's genius and system, namely, the tendency to classification. His comprehension of natural history, although as varied and as profound as was possible in his time, could not result in classifications of the sort modern naturalists have established. But it was perfectly plain that his learning fixed his attention by preference on the relations of the individual to the species and of the species to the genera, and that it suggested to him the idea of extending further and further, by abstraction, this hierarchical progression of beings, until the supreme genus, abstract being as such, is reached. From this source come two corresponding inventions, that of the theory of the syllogism, which would be sufficient to immortalize the name of Aristotle, and that of ontology, which contributed so much to the discrediting of peripateticism. Everything hangs together in the doctrine of peripateticism, the rules of definition are derived from the principle of classification, and the theory of the syllogism is connected with the rules of definition. Although all our knowledge comes to us through individual beings, which alone make impressions on our senses, the supreme category of being or substance is the source of every axiom, of every syllogistic argument, and, consequently, of all scientific or rational knowledge. 19. Every logical proof rests finally upon the principle of contradiction, that is, the principle that a thing cannot both be and not be at the same time. This amounts to the same thing as Condillac's principle that all our judgments are nothing but a series of identities. This principle is the quid inconcussum which suffices for Aristotle against the skeptics, for since we have sensations, it must be that they come from something and that that something exists. 20. As though that were sufficient to permit us to affirm that they represent something and to enable us to recognize what they represent. Thus Aristotle, by exaggerating the resources of the principle of identity and of syllogistic deduction, by wishing to make all principles or axioms proceed from a single principle or axiom, failed to recognize the active and continual intervention of the forces of the intellect in those special judgments, based upon ideal constructions, that Kant has so well characterized and indicated by the name of synthetic judgments a priori. From these judgments, much more than from syllogistic deduction, we obtain mathematical truths, and their role and importance in geometry had been very clearly perceived by Plato, as can be inferred even from the passages that we have cited above. This is so because Plato was a geometrician and, from all appearances, Aristotle was not, any more than Condillac was, when he confused the science of numbers with the language of calculation, and the mathematical spirit with the spirit of analysis. But if Aristotle misconstrues or neglects in his system that which makes mathematical speculation fruitful, he falls into a still more serious omission, so far as its harm to philosophical speculation is concerned, by not taking account of the genus of probability, which is its unique support. In doing so, he weakens at one and the same time induction and deduction, which can never be anything more than a means of classifying and not of extending our knowledge, if the general idea is nothing more than an abstract epitome of particular ideas, that is to say, nothing but something that inductive probability alone can give. Every distinction between artificial and natural abstraction, based upon the reason of things, is thus found to be lost from sight. By wishing to give greater exactness and scientific precision to Plato's teachings, Aristotle aggravates in two ways the mistake that his master had made. This mistake was the result of an entirely excusable illusion when we bear in mind that Leibniz later shared it, and that, even in our own day, many distinguished minds fall into it. The mistake consists in not recognizing that philosophy is something other than science, and that it lies within the realm of OA and not of non-Carod. For, on the one hand, Plato, under cover of the flexibility of the forms of his dialectic, was able to belie his theory in carrying it out and to make continual use of probable inferences, which no longer lent themselves to the exactness, or, rather, to the rigidity of the forms of the Aristotelian syllogism. He was able to use the poetic forms of language, even though they are incompatible with the dryness of syllogistic argumentation. On the other hand, Aristotle substitutes an ontological subordination, a hierarchy of categories, genera, and species, for a rational subordination among truths and facts, according to which they are the basis or reason for one another. This is the very illuminating rational hierarchy that Plato had always had in view, although not always clearly enough. Aristotle's subordination hinges on the idea of being or substance. This idea may be regarded as fatal for the human mind, in the sense that it is always precipitated into inscrutable mysteries without settling anything with respect to which it wished to make a thorough examination. To the degree that the domination of peripateticism extended and consolidated itself, these causes of error were bound to be more pronounced. It is especially during the Middle Ages that the syllogism was put into practice in the scholastic tournaments of the bachelors and doctors. It is also during the Middle Ages, at the time of the dispute between realism and nominalism, that we see the partisans of Aristotle finally approach the fundamental problem of philosophy, the problem which has to do with the representative value of our ideas, but without being able to succeed in freeing it of the obscurities inherent in the ontological hierarchy. Thus, their long quarrels were bound to result only in abstruse subtleties of a sort repugnant to good minds and to cause the true meaning of the question to be increasingly lost sight of. 382. TWRO great reformers, Bacon and Descartes, made their appearance a few years apart, and their philosophical daring, seconded by the admirable discoveries of Galileo and Kepler and by the advance of civilization, gave the human mind the impulse which initiated a movement that still endures. Bacon follows Plato in that he, like Plato, has the inspiration of the poet and the apostle. Furthermore, his philosophy is aphoristic rather than dialectical. Above all, he has that feeling for the grandeur and the majesty of nature which was missing in the genius of the Greeks, who were inclined to take man as the measure of all things, in philosophy as in religion, art, and poetry. Homo, naturae minister et interpres 21. These few words are sufficient to characterize the whole of Bacon's philosophy and to fix the point of view from which he looks at things. He is the priest of the new cult of nature, which spurns the excessive and mystical phantoms of the Oriental imagination as well as the extravagance of Greek subtlety and of scholastic controversy. Far from taking the human understanding as the measure of all things, he affirms that from the very first he finds in its constitution the causes of error and illusion. The idols of the tribe have their foundation in human nature itself, and in the tribe or race of men. For it is a false assertion that the sense of man is the measure of things. On the contrary, all perceptions as well of the sense as of the mind are according to the measure of the individual and not according to the measure of the universe. And the human understanding is like a false mirror, which, receiving rays irregularly, distorts and discolors the nature of things by mingling its own nature with it. 22 Elsewhere he says, the great deceptiveness of the senses traces the pattern of external nature to man and not to the universe, and this is not to be corrected except by reason and universal philosophy. 23. Then come the other types of idols or illusions, and in the second group those which he calls, in an allusion to the metaphor of Plato, the idols of the cave, which affect, not the species, but the individual varieties, as though Plato had not had in mind humanity as a whole rather than only a few men placed in special and exceptional conditions in his simile of the prisoners of the cave. However, it is of little importance that Bacon's idols of the tribe are really Plato's idols of the cave. What would be important for us would be to know how Bacon thinks it possible for the human mind to correct these illusions which are common to all men and which are an integral part of their nature. He certainly indicates it in the short and emphatic lines just quoted, ex analogia universi per rationem et philosophiam universalem, but indicate it is all that he did. Elsewhere, by returning to the simile of an interposed mirror which deflects luminous rays and deforms images, he seems to admit the impossibility of clearing away illusions due to such a cause. Bacon ceaselessly appeals to observation, to experience, to analogy, and to induction, but he does not give the philosophical theory of induction and analogy. He does not grasp the rational principle on which philosophical probability is based and which authorizes us to draw from experience more, even infinitely more, than there is in experience itself. After having thrown down peripateticism, he unwittingly falls again into peripatetic formalism. By presenting the inductive procedure, at least in its execution, as approximately the same as Aristotle's idea of eny, he seems to see in it only a means for carrying out the separation or sorting of generalities and particularities. 24 Immediately all his attention is given to the invention of a sort of sieve, capable of performing this separation by mechanical means, so to speak. This results in prolix enumeration of instances or forms of induction, to which he attaches as much or more importance as the scholastics had attached to the forms of the syllogism, and of which no one who has come after him has ever made the slightest use. The rapid progress of physics has precluded our being led into error in this connection by the example of a great man, and the high truths whose eloquent interpreter he was, being unmixed with error, contributed to the education of his century and to the lasting conquests of the human mind. 383. It must not be thought that Bacon, who was singularly preoccupied with discoveries made in the realm of nature, regarded the study of the human mind and its faculties as vain. Far from it, in his eyes this study is the most important of all, for without it the pageant of nature would be nothing but a descriptive phantasmagoria. 25. On the other hand, we have seen that he said, and with reason, that the illusions of the human mind can be corrected only through the attentive study of nature, through the conception of the general order of the world, ex analogia universi. Apparently, this is a vicious circle from which we must escape, and Bacon has not been careful to indicate clearly the way out. The fact is that, if not in theory, at least in practice and in the works which are his principal claims to glory, Bacon is particularly concerned with the explanation of the physical world and with the extension of the positive sciences, which are destined to increase man's power over nature. Now we do not have to gain a precise idea of the rational principles of analogy and induction to be assured that the continual control of sensible experience, in the physical and the biological sciences, must sooner or later result in our rejecting the prejudices with which we are imbued and the false ideas which would follow from innate tendencies or acquired habits, as incompatible with the orderly explanation of observed facts. But there is more to it than this. The absolute incomprehensibility of certain natural facts or the absolute irreducibility of one order of phenomena to another should attest to the falsity or the inadequacy or the incoherence of certain fundamental data of our understanding, in so far as it applies to the comprehension of the external world. But Bacon did not undertake the description and the criticism of the human understanding from this point of view. Still less does he seem to have proposed to himself the philosophical study of the human mind, considered in itself, and not in so far as it is applicable to the knowledge of external things. In this inner world, there is without doubt a general order to be discovered, a hierarchy to be established among faculties and functions, which makes it possible for some to control others, and for the function of each to be judged, ex analogia universi. Per rationem et philosophiam universalem. Bacon's great principle, which he is content to indicate in such a summary manner, would therefore still be applicable luere. But Bacon neglected to carry it out, or, rather, we see that he was unable to carry it out without being in possession of a more complete theory of the principles and of the nature of philosophical induction. For here the criterion of sensory experience is lacking, at least if this name is reserved for experience which leads to a precise determination and to exact experiments. It is no longer possible continually to confront theoretical conceptions and positive facts with one another. The intelligence which knows and the intelligible relations which are the objects of knowledge tend to be constantly confused. In place of those irresistible probabilities, which have the legitimacy of the proof called common sense, we are most often forced to be content with possibilities that different minds may evaluate differently. At this point, therefore, the Baconian aphorisms are no longer sufficient, or at least it is necessary to give a development and interpretation of his principles that Bacon himself has not given. Nor was it given by the Scottish school when it proposed to carry out, in the philosophy of the human mind, the reform attributed to Bacon in what the Greeks called physics, and which the English call natural philosophy. 384. What, as a matter of fact, is the fundamental dogma of the Scottish school? Let us listen to what the leader of this school has to say. All reasoning must be from first principles, and for first principles no other reason can be given but this, that, by the constitution of our nature, we are under a necessity of assenting to them. Such principles are a part of our constitution, no less than the power of thinking. Reason can neither make nor destroy them. A mathematician cannot prove the truth of his axioms. A historian, or a witness, can prove nothing, unless it is taken for granted that the memory and senses may be tested. A natural philosopher can prove nothing, unless it is taken for granted that the course of nature is steady and uniform. How or when I got such first principles, upon which I build all my reasoning, I know not, for I had them before I can remember, but I am sure they are parts of my constitution, and that I cannot throw them off. If we are deceived in it, we are deceived by him that made us, and there is no remedy. 26. Thus Bacon had been wrong in supposing that there were inherent illusions in the make-up of the human mind and in thinking that they could be corrected ex analogia universi. For, if such illusions occur, they are without remedy. Even those illusions which would affect only individuals are for these individuals as irremediable as the others, for the principles which they would destroy are so many articles in the general code that would not be admitted by individuals among whom such illusions are found, and that no one would have the right to impose upon them. They would be shut out from communion with the great body of men, and that is the end of the matter. All criticism of our intellectual powers by one another is impossible, all have the same right to infallibility, all the articles of the code enjoy an equal authority, and antinomies, if by chance they are found, are absolutely insoluble. It is necessary to agree with the ignorant that the earth is immovable, for nothing is more contrary to common sense than for us to believe that we are actually being carried through space with a velocity of about 18¾ miles a second. What one person regards as a first principle or as a principle of common sense will by no means have this character in the eyes of another person. For example, we shall not agree entirely with Reid in regard to the axiom that the course of nature is uniform and invariable. This is not true in certain respects and could not be true in any sense without making physical research sterile for that reason. In a word, the Scottish school, in pretending to extend and to complete the work of Bacon, took for its fundamental maxim one directly opposed to the aphorism of the master. Thus, with all the talent that it has been able to bestow upon details, and in spite of the wise moderation which preserved it from excesses into which other schools have fallen, it has not led to any hierarchical subordination, to any rational classification of the faculties of the intellect, or to any evaluation of the representative value of the facts which it describes. 29 385. During the past 30 years, so much has been said in France about Descartes, his influence, and his method, that we inevitably feel apprehensive about dwelling on a shop-worn topic. He was careful not to fall into the error into which Reid later fell, and he did not place on the same level the different faculties whose organization and operation constitute the human understanding. We should always allow ourselves to be persuaded by the evidence of our reason, but we are not bound to believe in that of our imagination and our senses. And why must we allow ourselves to be persuaded by the evidence of our reason? It is because we know that God exists, that He is perfect, and because our ideas or notions, being real things which come from God insofar as they are clear and distinct, cannot to that extent fail to be true. 30. But, on all these points, the importance of the question and the prestige of Descartes' name require that he be allowed to speak for himself, yet without needing to reproduce and discuss here the well-known arguments, the concatenation of which comprises the Cartesian proof of the existence of our soul, of God, and of the divine perfections. Finally, if there are still some men who are not sufficiently persuaded of the existence of God and of their soul by the reasons which I have given, I want them to understand that all the other things of which they might think themselves more certain, such as their having a body, or the existence of stars and of an earth, and other such things, are less certain. Even though we have a moral assurance of these things, such that it seems we cannot doubt them without extravagance, yet without being unreasonable we cannot deny that, as far as metaphysical certainty goes, there is sufficient room for doubt. For we can imagine, when asleep, that we have another body and see other stars and another earth without there being any such. How could one know that the thoughts which come to us in dreams are false rather than the others, since they are often no less vivid and detailed? Let the best minds study this question as long as they wish, I do not believe they can find any reason good enough to remove this doubt unless they presuppose the existence of God. The very principle which I took as a rule to start with, namely, that those things which we conceive very clearly and very distinctly are all true, is known to be true only because God exists, and because He is a perfect being, and because everything in us comes from Him. From this it follows that our ideas or notions, being real things which come from God insofar as they are clear and distinct, cannot to that extent fail to be true. Consequently, though we often have ideas which contain falsity, they can only be those ideas which contain some confusion and obscurity, in which they participate in nothingness. That is to say, they are confused in us only because we are not wholly perfect. It is evident that it is no less repugnant to good sense to assume that falsity or imperfection as such is derived from God, as that truth or perfection is derived from nothingness. But if we did not know that all reality and truth within us came from a perfect and infinite being, however clear and distinct our ideas might be, we would have no reason to be certain that they had the perfection of being true. After the knowledge of God and the soul has thus made us certain of our rule, it is easy to see that the dreams which we have when asleep do not in any way cast doubt upon the truth of our waking thoughts. For in truth, whether we are asleep or awake, we should never allow ourselves to be convinced except on the evidence of our reason. Note that I say of our reason, and not of our imagination or of our senses. For reason does not insist that all we see or visualize in this way is true, but it does insist that all our ideas or notions must have some foundation in truth, for it would not be possible that God, who is all perfect and wholly truthful, would otherwise have given them to us. Since our reasonings are never as evident or as complete in sleep as in waking life, although sometimes our imaginations are then as lively and detailed as when awake or even more so, and since reason tells us also that all our thoughts cannot be true, as we are not wholly perfect, whatever of truth is to be found in our ideas will inevitably occur in those which we have when awake rather than in our dreams. 31. We must guard ourselves against reproaching Descartes for not having gone farther into the nature of moral certainty, for a great man who is in advance of his time cannot go entirely beyond it. He should, however, be reproached for being content with a reason of the most obscure sort, when he rejects as false that which is confused and obscure in our ideas, because to that extent they partake of negation. What's that? We place between our eyes and visual objects lenses which deform the images, distort the lines we see, so that what was clear, regular, and well-ordered, becomes involved and confused. How can the interposition of the lenses be made to resemble a participation in nothingness? This is simply a disturbing cause, as real as the others, producing effects also as real, a disturbing cause whose existence reason can discover, through its feeling for the order of things, and the effects of which it can discern in some cases, just as, in other cases, reason is also able to give quasi-certain assurance that our perceptions and our ideas are not affected by disturbing causes of this sort. If the perfection of God guarantee us nothing more than that our ideas or notions must have some foundation in truth, are we not still left to discover what this foundation is? And in order to separate what is clear and distinct, and consequently true, from what is confused and obscure, and consequently false, must not reason allow itself to be guided by its innate feeling of order and disorder, harmony and confusion? If such is the case, the criterion used by Descartes will differ in no way from ours. And if the distinction in question can be made only by means of probable inferences and not by means of infallible arguments, it will make little enough difference, as far as the value of the conclusions drawn by means of critical examination is concerned, that the idea of order may have been connected with the notion of the existence and the perfection of God by demonstrative reasons. On the contrary, these supposedly demonstrative reasons do not by any means have the virtue of convincing all minds. Furthermore, they imply and will always imply transcendent problems which do not admit of a positive solution. Therefore, their problematic and transcendent character is improperly reflected with respect to the solution of purely logical questions which we have sought to connect with them, and the independence of which must, on the contrary, be clearly demonstrated. 386. Observe now that if Descartes seems to subordinate the 564 certainty of his axiom that all our ideas are true in so far as they are clear and distinct to the notion of divine veracity, on the other hand, by his stratagem with respect to the existence and the attributes of God, he infers the existence of a perfect being from the idea of a perfect being. From this it follows that it is fundamentally an axiom for Descartes that all things must be such as our understanding clearly conceives them to be. That one of his disciples who has followed most rigorously all the consequences of the Cartesian teaching, Spinoza, is not deceived on this point, since he tells us, the properties of the understanding which I have principally noted and which I clearly understand are these. I. That it involves certainty, that is, that it knows things to exist formally just as they are contained in it objectively. 32. Thus Spinoza admits from the outset that the conceptions of our intelligence are the infallible criteria of the truth of things, that in this mirror of the human mind there can be only images exactly like the objects which produce them and in no way altered by the character of the reflecting mirror itself or by the medium which surrounds it. That is dogmatism in its extreme form, so extreme, indeed, that there is no longer room for the criticism of the human understanding. For the rest, as Descartes finds no notion more indelibly printed in the human mind than that of substance, no fact more incontestable than that of thought, no notion more clear than that of extension, he traces the distinction between thinking and extended, spiritual and corporeal substances with a steadfastness unknown before him, and follows intrepidly all the extreme consequences of his premises and of the uncompromising classification to which they led him. In the physical world there are only extension and movement, there are only impulses received and transmitted, and no actions at a distance and no forces properly so called. Animals are pure machines and are or should be explained, so far as their bodily nature is concerned, by the most passive and the crudest sort of mechanism, just as everything in the spiritual realm should be explained by means of the purest and most exalted principles. Middle terms are proscribed as obscure. The metaphysics of Aristotle gives way to a new metaphysics, its premises so well adapted to the constitution of our intelligence, that from its inception it captivated all the serious minds of the 17th century because of its clarity. But soon, because of the consequences that result from it and which contradict the suggestions of common sense, no less than the discoveries of the sciences, this metaphysic lost its influence little by little, although during the period when it was most influential it could not be compared in any way with the powerful system whose place it had wished it might take. 387. As he himself tells us, 33. It is in such circumstances that Leibniz undertook the reform of the idea of substance, by positing in principle that there is no substance which is not endowed with action or force, and even which does not actually tend to exercise this action or this force. That is to say, while conceding completely to the ancient schools that there is a basis for the notion of substance, he declares it sterile if the idea of force is not incorporated in it and does not give it life. Actually he undertook to deduce a priori, from the idea of force, everything the peripatetic and the Cartesian schools hope to deduce from the notion of substance. Now the term force, used with the degree of generality that Leibniz attaches to it, can be applied to mechanical force, to vital and organic force, to the free determination of the self, and even lends itself to the conception of an infinite number of intermediate modalities. It should follow from this that the system of Leibniz is better adapted than any other, if not to a precise and scientific explanation, at least to a philosophical and general conception of the ensemble of the phenomena of nature in their inexhaustible variety. Thus, as Maine de Byron has very well said, 34. This reformed metaphysics no longer makes room for only two great classes of beings, entirely separate from one another and excluding every intermediary, but one and the same series includes and joins all the beings of creation. Force, life, perception are everywhere distributed among all the degrees of the series. The law of continuity suffers neither interruption nor break in the passage from one degree to another and fills without gaps, without any possibility of empty space, the immense interval separating the ultimate monad from the supreme intelligent force from which everything emanates. 388. However, we must not concern ourselves here with this philosophy of nature, however curious it may be in itself, and however superior it may appear to all the efforts of this sort that have been attempted before and after Leibniz. Another part of his doctrine is of much more interest to us. In promulgating his principle of sufficient reason and opposing it to the principle of contradiction, which Aristotle had set up as the fundamental axiom or the major support of every scientific truth, Leibniz is, among all philosophers, the first to indicate clearly the essential purpose of all philosophical study, namely, to conceive things in the order according to which they constitute reasons for one another. 35. An order which must not be confused either with the chain of causes and effects, or with that of logical premises and consequences. The great foundation of mathematics is the principle of contradiction or identity, that is, that a proposition cannot be true and false at the same time, and that therefore A is A, and cannot be not A. This single principle is sufficient to demonstrate every part of arithmetic and geometry, that is, all mathematical principles. But in order to proceed from mathematics to natural philosophy, another principle is requisite, as I have observed in my Theodicea, I mean, the principle of sufficient reason, viz., that nothing happens without a reason why it should be so, rather than otherwise. And therefore Archimedes, being desirous to proceed from mathematics to natural philosophy, in his book, De Equilibrio, was obliged to make use of a particular case of the great principle of a sufficient reason. He takes it for granted, that if there be a balance, in which everything is alike on both sides, and if equal weights are hung on the two ends of that balance, the whole will be at rest. 'Tis because no reason can be given, why one side should weigh down, rather than the other. Now, by that single principle, viz., that there ought to be a sufficient reason why things should be so, and not otherwise, one may demonstrate the being of a God, and all the other parts of metaphysics or natural theology, and even, in some measure, those principles of natural philosophy, that are independent of mathematics, I mean the dynamic principles, or the principles of force. 36. We think we have shown in many passages in this book that the expression of Leibniz would be incorrectly understood if the use of the principle of contradiction were made the essential. Asterisk. Characteristic of mathematical speculation, and the use of the principle of sufficient reason the essential characteristic of speculation in physics and metaphysics, while it must be said that the continual application of the idea we have of the reason of things is what essentially characterizes philosophical speculation, whether it rests upon abstract relations, such as those which are the subject matter of mathematics, or on the interpretation of natural facts, or on the laws of our understanding. What ought particularly to invite our attention here, and what we have already had occasion to indicate, is the negative form under which Leibniz puts to work the principle or the idea that we have of the reason of things in such a way as to make it a means of rigorous demonstration, more geometrico, through the device of reduction to an absurdity, but in such a way as to restrain its application singularly and even to leave aside the most important applications of the principle, those to which it owes its prerogative as a regulative and dominating principle. We have the idea that everything must have its reason, apparently in order to find out positively the reason of things that we know and why the knowledge of some leads us to knowledge of others. We do not have the idea only in order to yield this negative judgment, that things cannot exist, in this case, in such a necessarily very greatly limited manner, in which, because of certain peculiar conditions of symmetry, we can affirm that there is no reason why they might receive a certain determination rather than some other contrary or symmetrical determination. 389. Finally, in order to make clearer the sense in which we use these expressions of positive and negative judgment, let us take one of the examples Leibniz has given us in his theory of indiscernibles. Many people have said that there are not two perfectly similar objects in nature, for example, two leaves exactly like one another. And they have had reason for saying this, because, since the arrangements which occur in this case and produce the varieties of individuals and the particularizations of the specific type are innumerable, it is, if not utterly impossible, at least infinitely improbable that we should happen upon two absolutely identical arrangements. This is a positive application of the notion we have of the reason of things. We find in the simplicity of the arrangement which would lead to exact resemblance, among an infinite number of arrangements, that the play of independent causes may introduce the reason why this arrangement is not and may not be realized physically, although it implies no contradiction and is not in this sense mathematically or metaphysically impossible. But this is not the way Leibniz understands it. According to him, if the two objects A and B were rigorously identical, they would be indiscernibles, and there would be no sufficient reason why A should not be in place of B and B in place of A. God himself could not resolve upon a choice which would not have a sufficient reason. Therefore, any hypothesis which would imply the existence of indiscernible things is inadmissible. This is an instance of what we understand by the application of the principle of the reason of things under its negative form, and by way of the negation or exclusion of a hypothesis, for evidently the mind does not work in the same way when it judges that a certain thing should receive the determination A, because it sees the reason for it, or when it judges that a thing cannot receive a determination other than A, for example the determination plus A, because it sees no reason why it should receive the latter rather than the contrary determination A. This is the same distinction that mathematicians establish between direct demonstrations, which instruct the mind, that is to say, which show it the reason for the demonstrated truth, and demonstrations which are indirect or by absurdity, which compel the mind but do not instruct it. Thus in the example we are considering, our affirmation neither has nor can have the kind of certainty which characterizes mathematical demonstrations. The fact affirmed is certain only in the sense that the contrary fact is infinitely probable, the adverb infinitely here being taken in its exact meaning and not improperly, as it sometimes is, to take the place of some other adverbial superlative. The mistake that Leibniz makes is in not being satisfied with this kind of certainty, which should be enough for us, since it is due to the nature of the matter in question. He seeks another certainty, and he attains it or thinks he attains it, but at the cost of what daring? And who can persuade himself to follow him in this daring enterprise of assigning to the divine power the limits beyond which it cannot go? However, let us continue the Leibnizian deductions. If the coexistence of indiscernible things is inadmissible, so is a succession of 570 indiscernible degrees, and an indiscernible motion is also an impossible motion. Thus it would be impossible to suppose two concentric spheres of equal density and perfect homogeneity, of which one would be impelled by a rotational motion, for neither man nor angel would be able to distinguish the system in which such a movement is taking place, from a system which is identical in all respects except that this motion is lacking. 37 Now, in order to refute this consequence, it is sufficient to imagine that the inner sphere has a density at first less and then greater than that of the sphere which encloses it. No matter how small this difference may be, in one direction or the other, the movement, according to Leibniz, will be discernible and consequently possible. Therefore, at the limit, and in the continuous passage from the least to the greatest density, it is clearly necessary that the movement remains possible, although momentarily indiscernible. This must be possible because of the principle of continuity that Leibniz invokes everywhere and upon which he himself has based his great discovery of the differential calculus. Furthermore, let us conceive of a series of such systems, in which the density of the internal sphere tends to be increasing, by being first smaller and then larger than that of the sphere which surrounds it, and that in the series a sphere is found in which the difference in density is nil. In that case the intelligence of an angel would not be necessary, but that of a man would be sufficient to judge, by inductive inference, that the movement discerned in all the systems which are part of the series, with the single exception of this one, belong also to this intermediary system, and ceases to be distinguishable only because of a particular and accidental relation. Thus it is that after having observed a rotary motion in all stars which have marks that make this motion discernible, we shall not hesitate to infer that a star whose surface presents no mark that permits its rotation to be discerned also has a similar motion. 390. Leibniz, with the idealistic genius of Plato, but with a more solid logic and with an incomparably vaster knowledge, has therefore made the same mistake as Plato. He has sought to deduce everything, more geometrico, from an a priori principle, and he was not able to bring himself to admit a kind of inductive reasoning in philosophy, based upon probability or $6. Consequently, it was necessary for him to use the device of reductio ad absurdum to give a negative form to the statement of the principle of the order and reason of things, and, as a result, virtually to restrict the application of the principle, and always, through the desire to attain the end, to yield to the temptation of going beyond its legitimate applications. Not that Leibniz did not often appeal to the notion of philosophical probability and to inductive judgment based upon the order and reason of things. For example, we find among his writings these passages. Nevertheless, it is reasonable to attribute to bodies real movements, according to the supposition which explains phenomena in the most intelligible manner. 3/8. The reality of phenomena is marked by their connection, which distinguishes them from dreams. 3/9. The truth of sensible things only in the connection of phenomena, which must have its reason, and that it is this which distinguishes them from dreams, but that the truth of our existence and of the cause of phenomena is of another kind, because it establishes substances. 40. These passages are explicit, and the last especially is notable in that it clearly indicates the distinction between the idea of reason and the idea of causality, and because it indicates the origin of the contrast between the clarity of philosophy which contemplates the rational order of things and the obscurities of ontology which glosses the notion of substance. But if the passages cited contain in germ the whole doctrine that we have undertaken to develop, it must be recognized that at no point does Leibniz explain the nature of this judgment based upon the order and the connection of phenomena. Neither does he tell us why it is reasonable to propose one hypothesis rather than another about true, that is to say, about real motions, nor whether this reasonable judgment is probable or certain, and of what kind the probability or certainty is. In this respect Leibniz adheres to the primary inspirations of common sense. This is not the problem that he loves to probe deeply and on which he gives himself free rein. He reserves for other uses the power of his constructive genius. 391. The story of the scientific and philosophic works of Leibniz presents two special features well worth attention. His first work as a young man, his inaugural dissertation, 41, is devoted to the theory of combinations. He treats in his own way and from a much more general point of view this problem with which Pascal and Newton were concerned in their turn, but in some ways incidentally, in connection with the solution of certain problems in arithmetic and algebra, while Leibniz, with reason, saw in algebra only a particular application of the theory of combinations, and a branch of his universal language or calculus oj combinations or combinative symbolism. 42. In the immense variety of his works, he never loses sight of this fundamental idea. He gives evidence in many passages in his correspondence of his high regard for the mathematical study of games of chance. He knew and appreciated the discoveries of Pascal, Fermat, and Huygens in regard to the matter of chances and mathematical probabilities, and even the applications that had already been made of them to statistics by J. W. Ytt and Hud. 43. But he did not cultivate this branch of science on his own account. And so the mathematician-philosopher who first conceived the generality and the importance of the theory of combinations seems to neglect the most philosophical use that can be made of it in the application of the notion of chance to the interpretation of natural phenomena and to the criticism of our ideas. This is certainly a curious circumstance that it is not necessary to impute to a systematic bias, but it is to be greatly regretted, since he has deprived us of the light that his able mind would certainly have shed on a subject so deserving of attention, and which fell so completely within the scope of his work. The other special feature that we wish to point out is the following. As we have already remarked, Leibniz ceaselessly invokes the law of continuity. There is always a presentiment in animals of what is to happen because the body is in a continual stream of change, and what we call birth or death is only a greater or more sudden change than usual, like the drop of a river or of a waterfall. But these leaps are not absolute, and are not the sort I disapprove of. Example, I do not admit of a body going from one place to another without passing through a medium. Such leaps are not only precluded in motions, but also in the whole order of things or of truths. 44. His system of monads and forces admits of innumerable gradations in perceptions, some being more obscure, some more distinct, each monad representing, from its point of view, the entire universe, and the representation varying without discontinuity with each change of aspect of the monad. Moreover, since the perceptions that are found together in the same soul at the same time include a truly infinite number of small indistinguishable feelings, that the future might unfold, we must not be astonished at the infinite variety that should result from them in time. All that is only one consequence of the representative nature of the mind, which should express what is taking place, and even what will take place in its body, and to some extent in all bodies, as a result of the connection or communication between all parts of the world. 45. Well and good, but we cannot avoid being astonished that Leibniz thought it possible to distinguish and to define these feelings, these perceptions, and these indistinguishable ideas by means of one characteristic. Nor can we avoid being surprised that, when he advanced the view of the continuity of every order of things or of truths, he had believed this continuity to be compatible with the construction of language which would represent by combinations of elementary symbols all the perceptions of the intelligence, in such a way that, in going from the simple to the complex and by returning from the complex to the simple, it would be as easy and possible to find as it is to demonstrate all sorts of truths. 46 And to do this with the exactness which is peculiar to the method of geometric eons and to algebraic calculation. 47 Elsewhere, by a sensible contradiction, he recognizes a taste, distinguished from the understanding, which consists in confused perceptions, of which not enough is known to make them reasonable, and which is something approaching instinct. 48 It must be fully recognized that Leibniz wished to preserve his two favorite ideas in his system without seeking to reconcile them and without realizing that they are irreconcilable, and the mathematician to whom we are most indebted for introducing the art of expressing continuity in the variation of measurable quantities was not disposed to notice the consequences which resulted from the impossibility of expressing or of characterizing continuity in non-measurable things and qualities. 392. Leibniz had been the Plato of Germany, Kant became her Aristotle, and a veritable new era was opened by him. His will always be the glory of having indicated in the description of the phenomena of knowledge, with a rigor unknown before him, the distinction between form and substantial basis, between mold and matter, between what is adventitious and can be traced to the way things are influenced from without and what can be traced to the very nature of the mind endowed with the capacity of knowing. There can be no doubt that all our knowledge begins with experience. But though our knowledge begins with experience, it does not follow that it all arises out of experience. For it may well be that even our empirical knowledge is made up of what we receive through impressions and of what our own faculty of knowledge supplies from itself. Such knowledge is entitled a priori, and distinguished from the empirical, which has its sources a posteriori, that is, in experience. Experience teaches us that a thing is so and so, but not that it cannot be otherwise. First, then, if we have a proposition which in being thought is thought as necessary, it is an a priori judgment. Secondly, experience never confers on its judgments true or strict, but only assumed and comparative universality. Empirical universality is only an arbitrary extension of a validity holding in most cases to one which holds in all. When, on the other hand, strict universality is essential to a judgment, this indicates a special source of knowledge, namely, a faculty of a priori knowledge. Now it is easy to show that there actually are in human knowledge judgments which are necessary and in the strictest sense universal, and which are therefore pure a priori judgments. If an example from the sciences be desired, we have only to look at any of the propositions of mathematics. If we seek an example from the understanding in its quite ordinary employment, the proposition, every alteration must have a cause, will serve our purpose. Even without appealing to such examples, it is possible to show that pure a priori principles are indispensable for the possibility of experience, and so to prove their existence a priori. For whence could experience derive its certainty, if all the rules according to which it proceeds, were always themselves empirical, and therefore contingent? Such a priori origin is manifest in certain concepts, no less than in judgments. If we remove from our empirical concept of a body, one by one, every feature in it which is empirical, the color, the hardness or softness, the weight, even the impenetrability, there still remains the space which the body occupied, and this cannot be removed. Again, if we remove from our empirical concept of any object, corporeal or incorporeal, all properties which experience has taught us, we yet cannot take away that property through which the object is thought of as substance or as inhering in a substance. Owing, therefore, to the necessity with which this concept of substance forces itself upon us, we have no option save to admit that it has its seat in our faculty of a priori knowledge. 4. Registered. Certainly this is an exposition of remarkable lucidity and precision. But, in what Kant says of induction, we already see a pairing the germ of an error or the first traces of a gap that is to constitute the most important deficiency in his system. It is clear from the passage cited, and even more in the brief and terse paragraph in his Logic 5.0 which he has given over to the consideration of judgment by analogy and induction, that the philosopher of Königsberg, as well as the Stagirite, sees in induction only a logical recapitulation of particular experiences. Everything that follows from the above, being based neither on experience nor upon reason, is for Kant only a presumption or a probability without scientific value and the origin of which he has no special interest in scrutinizing. This diffidence about probability or suppounde, from which Kant was no more free than were Plato, Aristotle, and Leibniz, kept him from grasping its eminently rational meaning and value. For evidently the rational principle of induction and analogy is among those data of reason of which Kant so ably tells us, which make experience possible, and which above all make the interpretation and discussion of experience possible. If Kant had undertaken to submit this datum of reason to analysis, as he submitted others to it, he would have been in possession of a criterion by means of which we should be able to judge the representative value not only of the empirical elements of knowledge, but also of the other elements a priori which make it up. 393. Let us follow the course of his deductions further. Our knowledge is extended by experience, that is incontestable, and if mathematics gives us a shining example of how far, independently of experience, we can progress in a priori, it does, indeed, occupy itself with objects and with knowledge solely insofar as they allow being exhibited in intuition. 6.1. That is to say, only insofar as we are able to imagine or to represent them by means of sensible symbols or forms, whether natural or artificial, but susceptible the last analysis of a precise value and a rigorous definition. This is the point at which he makes his illuminating distinction between synthetic and analytic judgments. Logic is indebted wholly to Kant for this. By reducing the principle of identity or contradiction, which the ancient logicians praised so highly, to its proper role, he gives the true explanation of the fruitfulness of mathematical speculation with respect to the extension of knowledge and of our inability, properly speaking, to extend our knowledge or to acquire truly new knowledge in the field of metaphysics. The purpose of intellectual activity in the realm of metaphysics should be limited to defining and putting in order the a priori elements of our knowledge, invariably fixed by the constitution of the human mind, by assigning to each its role and its range. Such is the definition of the Critique of Pure Reason. Its role, among the other sciences, is comparable to that of a magistrate in charge of the police of a city. 52. The work of this magistrate is not, as the economists would say, a productive one, but by preventing all kinds of disorder and usurpation of rights, he favors the productive work of the other citizens and turns it in the direction most advantageous for themselves and for the city. Thus criticism has a purely negative role according to Kant. And it is necessary that its role remain negative, since Kant intends to proceed in all matters with the rigor of logical determinations, and since nothing is better suited to the precision to which logical rigor gives rise than to proceed by the method of limitation, exclusion, and negation. But, just as induction and analogy make it possible for us legitimately to go beyond the logical and rigorous consequences of experience and to extend our affirmations and our knowledge, which are not absolutely certain but extremely probable, far beyond the limits of actual experience, just as, and as a result of the same principle, it is permissible to believe that we can, in the field of pure reason, effectively extend our affirmations and our knowledge, so for that sort of synthetic judgment a priori, philosophical probability has a quality analogous to, if not identical with, that which ideal construction has for the extension of our knowledge in pure mathematics. This being the case, criticism in philosophy is no longer necessarily reduced to the negative role assigned to it by Kant. It shares the fate of historical criticism, which no doubt frequently ends in nothing but negative conclusions, but which, as a result of the order it introduces among scattered fragments, is also often able to reconstruct, if not with an absolute certainty at least with a high probability, that which time has destroyed. Its affirmations are finally accepted by all reasonable persons, although it can refer neither to a possible experience nor to a geometrical demonstration in order to convince them. 394. The most important question that we can put to ourselves, concerning the subject of the conceptions or judgments a priori that we find in the human mind, is without question that of knowing whether these judgments or conceptions correspond to the reality of external objects and teach us something of this reality, or whether we can validly conclude nothing from them as to the nature of the existence of things, and whether our study of them has no other result than causing us to know how our intelligence is organized. The response that Kant made to this question is dictated by the premises that we have set forth. Hitherto it has been assumed that all our knowledge must conform to objects. But all attempts to extend our knowledge of objects by establishing something in regard to them a priori, by means of concepts, have, on this assumption, ended in failure. We must therefore make trial whether we may not have more success in the tasks of metaphysics, if we suppose that objects must conform to our knowledge. This would agree better with what is desired, namely, that it should be possible to have knowledge of objects a priori. We should then be proceeding precisely on the lines of Copernicus' primary hypothesis. Failing of satisfactory progress in explaining the movements of the heavenly bodies on the supposition that they all revolved round the spectator, he tried whether he might not have better success if he made the spectator to revolve and the stars to remain at rest. 53. 4. But this is still simply a hypothesis, only a presumption, and Kant washes an apodictic demonstration. He finds it, or thinks he finds it, in what he calls the antinomies of reason, that is to say in the contradictions into which we fall when we attribute an objective value to ideas a priori, as reason conceives them. If, then, on the supposition that our empirical knowledge conforms to objects as things in themselves, we find that the unconditioned unbedingt cannot be thought without contradiction, and that when, on the other hand, we suppose that our representation of things, as they are given to us, does not conform to these things as they are in themselves, but that these objects, as appearances, conform to our mode of representation, the contradiction vanishes, and, we thus find that the unconditioned is not to be met with in things, so far as we know them, that is so far as they are given to us, but only so far as we do not know them, that is, so far as they are things in themselves. 54. The French reader may well find something obscure and barbaric in this technical language, but we have explained it, and it is perfectly accurate when correctly understood. Yes, we agree with Kant that, if the human reason is surprised in glaring contradictions, as a result of the tendency which leads it to attribute an absolute truth to the manner in which it conceives things, this is the demonstrative proof and not simply the probable indication that this inclination deceives it and that things are, at bottom and speaking absolutely, different than it conceives them to be. We are already able to regard it as very probable that the human mind is not so constituted as to attain absolute truth in all things, nor perhaps even in anything, and the contradictions of philosophers sufficiently attest to the weaknesses and to the gaps in the human mind. But no one has, like Kant, with a dialectic as concise as it is profound, given demonstrative evidence of these contradictions and of the necessity for them. 55. However, because Copernicus would have been mistaken had he wished to maintain against Kant that his ideas about space and about the movements of bodies were truths with an absolute verity, does it follow that he was mistaken in maintaining against Ptolemy that the sun is at rest and that the earth is in motion? We may very well believe, contrary to the assertion of Kant, that our representations are patterned after phenomena and not phenomena after our representations, that is to say, that the order found in our representations can be traced back to the order which exists in phenomena and not inversely, without for that reason believing that the faculties which bring us into touch with nature had been set up in such a way as to grasp the first principles and the fundamental reason for the order of phenomena. Induction must intervene in order to make allowance for what pertains to the nature of things perceived and what pertains to the organization of our faculties. It is necessary to judge, as Bacon said, ex analogia universi, it is necessary to give up apodictic demonstrations, in the use of the principle of contradiction, it is necessary to admit a kind of proof that Kant excluded, even the idea of which was not suggested to him by his inflexible and formalistic logic, and the omission of which, in spite of all his efforts, involved him in an absolute skepticism. 395. We must bring to a close this very rapid, and nevertheless already very long, excursion into the immense history of the efforts and the systems of the human mind concerning a question from which all others arise. We are not undertaking to review the more modern systems that have produced the philosophic movement in Germany, following Kant's reform, and the adventurous boldness of which is in such marked contrast with those promises of severe regulation and careful repression of any rash undertaking that the Critique of Pure Reason contains. Kant had proposed to show the impossibility of passing legitimately from the description of the laws and the forms of the human understanding to affirmations concerning the way in which things in themselves exist. He set out especially to prove categorically that the absolute escapes us. Yet after him, all the efforts of the metaphysicians have had as their purpose what they call the passage from the subjective to the objective, and the comprehension of the absolute. Some have exhausted themselves with analyses which are always subtle, often obscure, sometimes profound, in order to deduce the not-self from the self, in order to identify intelligence and nature, in order to create the world through the force of logic and the efficacy of ideas. Others have thought it necessary to return to psychological observation, to describe the phenomena of consciousness more completely than did Kant, and in such a way as to find in it what he declared it was impossible to find in it, namely, that greatly desired passage and that means of concluding validly from an order of internal phenomena to an order of external truths and realities. But, once more, it is not our intention to enter into the discussion of these recent theories. 56. Every discussion must come to a close, under penalty of trying the patience of the most favorably disposed reader. Moreover, an unknown author always displays poor taste when he pits his personal opinions directly against those that his contemporaries have sustained with all the vigor of their talent and the authority of their name. He has only the right to propose them with modesty and to present in the best way he can the reasons which have persuaded him. We have already developed them in this work, not without interjecting some digressions along with them. There remains nothing more for us to do now to dispose the judgment of the reader toward them favorably except to draw them together again in a quick resume. Chapter XXV. Summary. 396. If, following all the developments into which we have entered and all the applications that we have tried to make, we wish to summarize in a few pages the body of principles which make up the substance of this book, we must first of all recall the brief quotation that we have already made from Bossuet. Order and reason are very closely related. Only reason can introduce order into things, and order can be understood only by reason. Order is the friend of reason and its subject matter. In fact, one has been able to see in all that precedes that relations of the most intimate sort exist between the idea of order and the idea of the reason of things, or rather that it is the same idea under two different aspects. To understand that one fact is the reason of another, that one truth proceeds from another truth, is nothing more or less than to grasp the relations of dependence and subordination, that is to say, to lay hold of an order among the diverse objects. This dependence impresses us and is perceived by us only because we have the faculty of comparing and preferring one arrangement to another as being more simple, more regular, and consequently more perfect, in other words, because we have the idea of what constitutes the perfection of order, and because it is the essence of our reasonable nature to believe that nature has introduced order into things and to believe ourselves proportionately closer to the true explanation of things when the order in which we come to arrange them seems to us to satisfy better the conditions of simplicity, of unity, and of harmony, which, according to our reason, constitute the perfection of order. This idea of the order and reason of things must not be confused with the idea of the chain of causes and effects. The former finds its application in things and for truths which do not depend upon one another in the same way that an effect depends upon its active or efficient cause. Therefore, we are not able to account for 583. 584. The idea we have of the order and reason of things by means of the kind of observation and by the evidences of consciousness which the notions of cause and effect suggest to us. This idea is the very source of all philosophy, the final and supreme end of all philosophical speculation, that which preeminently characterizes the spirit of philosophic curiosity and which gives, in different degrees, a philosophical imprint to all the work of thought, in matters of taste and imagination, as in those which arise out of erudition and knowledge. 397. The idea of the order and the reason of things is above all the basis of philosophical probability, of induction, and of analogy. To assign a law to phenomena is to draw from a single principle the reason for the variegated and multiple appearances which first strike our attention, it is to introduce order into the confusion of appearances. So the idea of law, in its most general aspect, as it was grasped by Montesquieu's genius in the beginning of his immortal work, is still, from another point of view, nothing but the idea of order or of the reason of things. But what ground have we for believing in the existence of such a determined law and for going beyond the immediate consequences of observation and experience by affirming in a general and absolute way what experience has been able to establish only in particular cases and approximately? This ground follows from the character of simplicity inherent in the presumed law and from the improbability that, in the innumerable mass of fortuitous combinations, chance had caused us to fall upon some observations which are capable of being connected by means of so simple a law, if this law did not have an intrinsic existence independent of the chance observation of it, and if it did not also connect facts of the same nature that we have not observed. The character of simplicity may be so striking, the number of observations may be such, the approximation may fall between such narrow limits, that not the least doubt remains in the mind, in spite of sophistical objections that can always be made against any proof which does not have the character of mathematical demonstration. In other circumstances, probability is weakened, because it shades off through insensible degrees, in conformity with the law of continuity, the most striking image of which is shed always by the gradual diminution of light and the transition of colors. Different minds may be affected differently by it, and yet it may not be possible either to assign a precise point at which conviction ceases, or indecision begins, or the point at which indecision gives place to a contrary conviction, namely, the conviction that we are ignorant of the law of the phenomenon. 398. The probability which comes from the feeling for the order and the reason of things, and which is the true basis of most of the judgments we hold in speculations of the highest sort, as well as in the most ordinary affairs of life, the probability that we call philosophical probability, resembles in many ways the mathematical probability which results from the evaluation of the chances favorable or contrary to the occurrence of an event. Both are connected, although in different ways, with the notion of chance, which is at bottom nothing other than the notion of the independence and of the interdependence of causes. Both are capable of being increased and decreased imperceptibly, without sudden modifications which give rise to sharp demarcations. But their dissimilarities are no less notable. It is especially important to understand clearly that philosophical probability is always incompatible with the possibility of numerical evaluation, for the important reason that we are able neither to enumerate all the possible laws or all the forms of order, nor to classify them, nor to arrange them in such a way as to determine the characteristics of the simplicity of the laws and the perfection of the forms and the relative importance of these characteristics by means of a determination entirely free from arbitrary elements and numerically expressible. This is the case even though we have a faculty for laying hold of the contrasts between simplicity and complexity, between harmony and discords, between regularity and confusion, and between order and disorder. 399. The criticism of our knowledge or the discussion of the representative value of our ideas is an immediate application of the principles of philosophical probability. From the beginning we check our own judgments against one another, in such a way as to distinguish what can be traced to accidental and abnormal circumstances from what pertains to the very basis and to the habitual and permanent conditions of our individual makeup. Then we check our personal impressions, ideas, and judgments against those of other men in such a way as to take into account the individual idiosyncrasies, the particularities which are associated with race, nationality, and the prejudices of an education that varies according to the time and the place, disentangling all this from that which has its roots in the very foundation of human nature itself and which should be regarded as belonging to the normal form of the species. But philosophical criticism goes further and asks itself whether this common basis of impressions and ideas, inseparable from the constitution of the species, does not depend upon it in such a way that we have no means of judging, in accordance with the general order of the world and the analogies that it suggests, at what point our ideas are in conformity with external reality. It asks itself if there may not be, among the diverse functions or faculties which are in operation in the economy of our intellectual organization, a hierarchy such that one of them may serve to control or to regulate the others, so that, for example, reason may criticize the worth of the testimony of the senses or of the instincts of consciousness, in the same way that it criticizes the value of judicial or historical evidence. Now, if, contrary to the evidence of the senses and in spite of natural instincts, reason clearly succeeds in convincing itself that it is necessary to explain the apparent movements of heavenly bodies by our own movement, what is to prevent it from utilizing inductive inferences of the same sort, with the result that it can distinguish, among the impressions that affect our sensibility, that which goes back to the constitution and the order of external things from that which can be traced to the organization and the economy of the sensible being? Actually we succeed very well in distinguishing what follows from the circumstances under which we observe things and from the particularities of our nature as observers from what pertains to the very constitution of the things observed, not only in the example which we have selected as the most striking but also in a number of others, and we always notice, as we should, that the effect of this distinction is to introduce into things an zero wonder and a harmony which our first perception of them does not yield, and to reduce the laws of phenomena to a more simple expression by separating from them everything which complicates them or masks them in immediate observation. When, because of clear and distinct conceptions, we succeed in connecting phenomena by means of simple laws, by submitting them to a precise coordination, it is repugnant to reason to admit that such laws are imaginary, that the conceptions which they express are not bound up with the nature of our ideas and have no basis in the nature of external things, that in reality the laws of phenomena are more complicated. Finally, it is repugnant to admit that in being combined with the laws peculiar to our intelligence, such simple laws introduce, as a result of a prodigious chance, an impression of order and simplicity, instead of an increase of complexity and confusion. Without doubt, this is only a probable induction, and the contrary hypothesis is not rigorously demonstrated to be impossible. But the probability may be of the order of those with which no right mind ever refuses to agree. And in other cases in which the probabilities would no longer appear irresistible, it would still be worthwhile for reason to consider them carefully and to compare them, not only in order to make up our minds with respect to practical matters, but still more to bring to bear speculatively on things the best judgment possible with the rudiments which are given us. Inversely, what if, in the explanation we attempt to give of phenomena, the system of our ideas presents incoherencies and disagreements? What if there are gaps which we are unable to close, certain connections that we are unable to establish, contradictions that we are unable to resolve, and what if the progress of discoveries, by perfecting certain branches of our knowledge in isolation, by developing them and simplifying them, always leaves in existence the same fundamental gaps, the same irreducible contradictions? Should this be the case, on the basis of it there would be reason to infer with a high degree of probability, not that these apparent incoherencies belong to the nature of things, but, on the contrary, that they come essentially from the nature of our intelligence, which is not accommodated, part in qua, to the exact perception of the order of the world and the harmony of nature. 400. In fact, if we set aside purely abstract consideration for an instant in order to glance at the order of the world and the economy of nature, we are immediately struck by the admirable 588. Harmony which reigns there in general, and by the abnormal facts which detract from the general harmony. Our reason distinguishes the different principles to which it can have recourse and between which it is possible to choose, with more or less probability according to the case, in order to explain the harmonies which are so striking to us. But even without being obliged to make a choice, we understand very well that the causes, whatever they may be, which have introduced harmony into nature should have introduced it into the disposition of external things, the impressions they make on us, and the notions that these impressions suggest to us. There are opposed systems acting and reacting on one another which should tend to be reconciled and not to be ceaselessly opposed. After all, man is himself part of the world, and the veracity of his faculties is, in certain respects, only a consequence of that same necessity which produces the harmony of the world, and which forces nature to be put in accord with itself. 2. Yet, the essential harmony in the general plan of the world admits of certain deviations, allows certain exceptions, and sometimes even leads to or presupposes certain partial discordances. Where harmony is not necessary to maintain the existing order, where the influence of mutual reaction ceases to extend, the discordances may be perpetuated. Consequently, however needful it may be that man's faculties square with the nature of external things to the extent that this is required for the accomplishment of his role in the world and for the conservation of individuals and of species, the need for an accord of this sort is no longer felt in matters relating to ideas that give birth, in the womb of a civilized society, to an increase of culture which appears to be an accidental and abnormal fact in the general order of the world in the first place. Here is rooted a distinction of which one must not lose sight, the distinction between beliefs, on the one hand, that nature has charged itself to inculcate in us, and to accomplish which it takes all possible care to resist every sophistical inclination, and ideas, on the other hand, the critical examination of which nature has left to the philosophers for the reason that these ideas do not bear upon that which is fundamental and essential in the functions which nature has assigned to individuals and to species. 401. To judge that in certain respects our ideas conform to the reality of things is to affirm that the true relations of things are not falsified or complicated by the nature of our perceptions. But this is not to pretend that it is within our power, be that as it may, to attain absolute truth. The astronomer makes known the laws of the movements of the planetary system, and he is very sure that he has separated them from everything which results from the position of the observer. Nevertheless, these movements, the laws and theory of which he formulates, are still only relative to the system of which the Sun, the Earth, and the other planets make up the parts, just as the movements that we observe from a ship are relative to the system composed of the ship and the bodies on it. Our notion of these relative movements, of their causes and their laws, is not tainted with illusion. They are not simply apparent but fully real, nevertheless this reality is only relative. For, in so far as these systems are parts of a more general system, they actually describe in space more complicated movements which result from a movement common to the whole subordinated system and from the internal movements of the system. Now, it is not possible for us to reach the final term of the series, nor to have in space points of reference which are absolutely fixed or of whose fixity we may be absolutely certain. Consequently, the notion we have of a phenomenon which consists of movements or combinations of movements is never true except in a relative sense, although it may tend more and more toward absolute reality the higher we go in the hierarchy of systems. A clear and decisive example of this is a sort of schema well suited to making understood how we are able to have notions freed from every internal cause of error or illusion, which conform perfectly in this sense to external reality and which, nevertheless, do not reach absolute reality, to which we can only gradually approach. 402. Thus the different faculties through whose functioning the knowledge of things is possible call attention to a superior faculty that directs and controls them, that strengthens or weakens our prejudices and our natural beliefs, which are fruits of acquired or transmitted habit and of the prolonged action of external causes. 3. This superior faculty is what apprehends things or seeks their reason, order, law, unity, and harmony. Its means of criticism or control are not categorical and peremptory demonstration but inductive judgment or philosophic probability, the force of which in certain cases is not less irresistible. It is possible to say that this faculty which controls the others controls itself, and that in this sense it, to the exclusion of all others, is truly autonomous. 4. If nothing outside of it corresponds to the idea of order, how could it happen that by penetrating further and further into the knowledge of the external world we might increasingly find that everything in it occurs in conformity with this regulative idea? On the basis of this we should necessarily be led to fall into all the excesses of the skeptical schools and to suppose that all the notions we believe we have of an external world are only fantastic creations of our own mind, which in reality contemplates no existence other than its own. Without doubt this constitutes an irrefutable but only slightly contagious skepticism, and one which does not need to be taken account of by the most responsible minds. 403. The principles of philosophic criticism being thus presented, the problem is to apply them to the principal ideas which may be regarded as the support of the entire system of our knowledge, to the ideas which come to us most immediately from the senses, to those which the mind elaborates as a result of its power of comparing, combining, generalizing, and abstracting, and, finally, to the ideas of morality and aesthetics. By reconsidering the analysis of our sensations from this point of view, it is not difficult to distinguish those which have a representative value from those which are unable to represent anything, at least directly, although they may have the virtue of informing us, through the persistence of certain impressions, of the presence of external objects that other sensations depict to us and make it possible for us to know. Consequently, our sensations offer this characteristic difference. Some cannot be suppressed without destroying or upsetting the system of our knowledge, while others may be successively abolished without giving rise to any necessary alteration or mutilation of our knowledge, whether common or scientific. If from sensations we pass on to abstract and general ideas, we similarly distinguish those which have a basis only in the constitution of our mind, in the nature of its instruments, and in the needs of our methods, from those which represent the arrangement, the relations of subordination, the principles of unity, and the harmony that nature has put into its works. These are the principles and relations which the human mind could not invent, but which it must grasp and express in the best way it can, although most often still with imperfections of which it is aware and which it strives ceaselessly to remedy. Finally, in the domain of morality and aesthetics, in which it should be expected that a more influential role would be left to the needs of nature, to the customs and conveniences of social life, to the influence of education, of imitation, and of prejudices which have their roots in historic precedents, reason does not relinquish the function of discovering laws of a higher order and more general rules to which man is subject in so far as he is an intelligent and reasonable being, and not for the satisfaction of any appetite or instinct of his sensible nature or because of any particularity of his specific constitution. 404. Far from having to argue from the illusions and errors to which our natural dispositions or acquired habits sometimes incline us in order to sanction an absolute skepticism, it is precisely because of our experience that it is within the power of reason to discover such illusions, notwithstanding the force of natural dispositions, that we have more reasons for adhering to our natural beliefs when reason confirms them. A similar experience is, so to speak, the touchstone of theory, and we shall be more sure of the impartiality of a judge who does not always decide in favor of the same side. There are, therefore, good reasons for insisting especially upon the applications of philosophical criticism, in so far as their concern is to point out imperfections inherent in our intellectual make-up or in the artificial instruments that the intellect uses, as well as the insurmountable obstacles that they produce in the exact perception of the order and relations of things. The results of such a criticism, which seems to be purely negative, come marvelously to the help of reason in its positive and theoretical assertions. Now, it should be recognized that the human understanding is so constituted, because of its union with animal nature, that it has been able to have direct representation or intuition only of extension and of the forms of space. For everything else, it is obliged to rely on the artifice of symbols and language or on the symbolic use of the forms of space. 592. As an auxiliary means of indirect representation and expression. That is the reason for the very important disparity between the things to be represented and the means of representation. This results from the fact that, while nature generally follows the law of continuity in all things and follows it in such a way that discontinuity is seen only as a peculiar or accidental case, conventional symbols, like those of language, on the contrary, lend themselves naturally only to the expression of clearly distinct ideas and relations, among which there are no continuous transitions or indiscernible nuances. On the other hand, spatial figures lend themselves fully to the representation of continuous things only in the very special case in which the attribute of continuity is associated with that of measurable magnitude. Another important disparity comes from the linear form of discourse, which does not allow us to make perceptible or to fix by means other than that of imperfect images, borrowed from the figures of geometry, the infinite variety of forms the idea of order may assume, and which are actually offered to us in the study of the relations of beings. From this it follows that logic, which draws its name and its form from the name and form of language, is often a rebellious and natively defective instrument, as much for the perception as for the explanation of the true relations of arrangement and subordination among things. The insufficiency of logic has been felt and proclaimed many times, by catching it in contradiction with the indications of good judgment, that is to say, with the judgment of that superior and regulatory faculty that we call reason. Yet, even after the researches on the philosophy of language by the metaphysicians of the last century, there still remained the problem of showing the fundamental reasons for these discordances, of setting forth the influence they exercise, not only with respect to the speculative works of philosophers and scientists, but also with respect to the procedures of the practical arts and even the mechanisms of social institutions. 405. What do we look for, what should we look for in speculation as in application? The truth, that is to say, apparently, the conformity of the notion that we form of things with the things themselves, the resemblance of an image to its prototype. But if there are cases in which the truth consists in grasping a precise point, an exact number, from which it is impossible to deviate without committing a demonstrable error, how much more frequently does it happen that calculation gives place to an estimate which could be exactly known only as a result of a chance whose probability is infinitely small and for which we do not even possess means of regular approximation? Are there not insensible transitions and gradations from the image whose representation is the most striking to the image which offers the least conformity with its prototype? And why should we suppose that the analogue of the transitions which are rendered perceptible to us in the forms of the extended is not found in the sphere of purely intelligible ideas and relations? To grasp the intelligible relations of things in all their truth, to the extent that lies within man's power, to choose the sensible images which are least imperfectly fitted to the expression of such relations, will, therefore, most often no longer be the work of the calculator who advances by sure and reckoned steps, applying methods, combining or developing formulas, connecting propositions. It will be the work of an artist, in whom a particular sense, given by nature, perfected by use and study, guides and sustains the hand in making the rough draft of the plan as well as in sharpening the details. In his own way, the philosopher will be a poet or a painter. This is why a mark of personal individuality is stamped on the productions of his mind. This is also the source of the occasions of inferiority which do not permit philosophical speculation to have a development parallel to that of the sciences. There is no continuous progress except when the condition of an identical transmission from one intelligence to another is fulfilled, nor is there identical transmission except under the conditions of a rigorous definition of ideas and a logical connection of propositions. Now, in most cases, the objects of philosophical speculation are of such a nature that these essential conditions cannot be satisfied or can be satisfied only very imperfectly, with too rough an approximation for the mind to be content. 406. If it is true that in the absence of natural divisions, of sharp distinctions, and of invariably fixed points of reference, our knowledge is unable to take on the logical organization which gives it the character of science and which is the principle of indefinite progress, we have the very simple explanation of the imperfect state of our knowledge concerning the subject which most interests us, that is to say, the operation of our intellectual faculties. B. 594. Cause nature has not furnished us with lines of demarcation and points of reference concerning which everyone is forced to fall into agreement, so that each person supplements it according to his fancy. Language can never be fixed nor can the ground of discussion be affirmed. On the other hand, we are powerless to determine with precision the circumstances of observation and the conditions of experience, simply by invoking experience and observation ceaselessly. This is the principal reason why psychology, considered as a branch of anthropology, which in turn falls within the vast system of the sciences whose subject matter is the functions and forms of life, has still not attained the truly scientific state. And this is why we are justified in censuring as chimerical the pretension of raising, upon the basis of a pretended introspective observation of psychological phenomena, a body of scientific teachings which may be like the counterpart of the physical and natural sciences, based upon the observation of external phenomena and of facts which fall under our senses. But, it must be added, this empirical psychology, whether or not it is able to get out of the rudimentary state in which it finds itself and so deserves some day to be counted among the experimental sciences, is neither the proper study of philosophy nor the necessary introduction to philosophical studies. The understanding has its laws, the knowledge of which does not necessarily presuppose knowledge of the ingenious processes to which nature has had recourse in order to make us intelligent beings. It is no more necessary to understand these laws than it is to know the theory of the vibratory motions in sounding bodies and to know the anatomy of the ear and the physiology of the auditory nerve in order to grasp and to make use of the laws of music. The principles of philosophic criticism have the special virtue of putting us in a position to make judgments about the representative value of our ideas that in no way require that we know how our ideas come to be formed, nor what phases our impressions and perceptions pass through before taking the definite forms that the laws of our nature assign to them. 407. Philosophy has as its object the order and reason of things. Consequently, the philosophic spirit permeates the sciences which deal with abstract truths or with the arrangement of the material world, as well as those which refer to man considered as an intelligent and moral being. We may be able to understand a little of the nature of man and his role in the world only by observing the connection of all the phenomena of nature and their hierarchical progression, from those which are most simple, constant, and universal and which, because of all these characteristics, function virtually as a foundation or framework for all the others, up to those which exhibit more complexity and organic perfection, and which, because of this, must admit of more particular and less stable combinations. On the other hand, there is no order of phenomena in the physical world that we may not explain by our ideas and that consequently may not lead to a critical examination of the value of some of the fundamental ideas with which all our theories are connected. Thus, by the very act of examining the order and reason of things, we discuss the laws and the forms of our understanding, by discerning harmonies or contrasts in this relationship. And while it is permissible for what is properly called science, in so far as it seeks only to arrange facts methodically, to study man and nature, the subject and the object of knowledge, independently of one another, philosophical speculation, which rests upon the relation of these correlative terms, is never at liberty to deal with them separately. 408. Positive facts, that is to say, those of which we are able to acquire certain proof by calculation or measurement, by observation, by experiment, or, finally, by a concurrence of evidence of various sorts which leaves no room for reasonable doubt, serve as the materials for the sciences. But a collection of facts of this sort, even in large number, is suitable for the establishment of a science only when they can be arranged according to a certain logical order, appropriate to the nature of the instruments of thought, which makes up the essence of the scientific form. As a result of the logical organization and the systematic classifications of our knowledge, when these are possible, we deduce conclusions from premises, we compare and combine well-defined ideas, and we discover new truths by the force of reasoning alone. And if the truths or the facts thus presented or discovered are confirmed by observation or experiment, we obtain at one and the same time both the highest certainty that it is possible for us to attain, and the most brilliant evidence of the power of our intellectual faculties. If the nature of the facts is not suited to this logical order of which we speak, but if it may be supplied by artificial definitions and classifications, the 596 scientific form will still be possible. However, in this case it will have the value only of an artificial scaffolding for sustaining and for conveniently transmitting our knowledge. In general, when this condition holds, instead of being able to serve in the discovery of new truths without the aid of new observations, we shall have to expect that the series of observations, by revealing new facts, will upset the old scaffolding. Finally, if it is not possible to submit known facts to a logical arrangement, even to an artificial one, scientific form becomes impossible. This neither hinders these facts from being perfectly certain, nor reason from distinguishing in them an order and a group of relations worthy of its full attention. Thus it happens that there is a positive history and a philosophy of history, even though the connection of historical facts, which results from the influence of prior facts on succeeding ones, cannot in any way resemble logical connection or the methodical arrangement of facts which serve as material for science in the proper sense of the term. Philosophy, which more or less permeates the warp and woof of all the sciences, which intermingles there with the positive part of our knowledge, should never be confused with science, since it still manifests itself where the conditions of the organization and of the scientific schematism fail. 409. It is of the very nature of things that philosophical truth can neither be put beyond the possibility of dispute, as is the case with positive facts, nor be categorically demonstrated by means of reasoning, calculation, or reduction to absurdity, as may be done with abstract truths which are the object of what we call the exact sciences. After the sciences have been enriched by a sufficiently large number of positive facts, the assent of good minds is able to make an idea, a philosophic conception, prevail which places these facts in a more illuminating order, which better takes account of their connections and their dependence. But the idea itself is not a fact which falls within the domain of sensible experience, a result that calculation is able to make manifest, or a theorem capable of categorical proof. We propose it and sometimes welcome it, but we do not impose it. Philosophical probability, in whatever degree it may be found, never excludes paradoxical or sophistical contradiction. We are no more able to measure this probability than we are to express numerically the degree of resemblance between the intelligible relations of things and the idea we have of these relations, between this internal idea and the expression we attempt to give of it with the help of symbols of language and other sensible forms to which we try to reduce it. The feeling for the true in philosophy is not more capable of being rigorously broken up and analyzed than is the feeling for the beautiful in the arts. And the upsetting of common sense, like the perversion of taste, does not, properly speaking, constitute a refutable error. 410. Therefore, it is clearly essential not to confuse the sciences and philosophy, and, in the ultimate alliance which often operates between scientific work and philosophical speculation, to distinguish clearly what pertains to the one and what to the other. Any confusion in this regard would be prejudicial to the progress or to the dignity of the human mind. Philosophy is especially interested that this confusion should not occur, for, as it will always be easy to prove that philosophy is not a science, that it neither develops nor advances in the way the true sciences do, the inanity of philosophy would be concluded from this, despite constant protests of the human mind, if it were not possible to succeed in the other direction and fully establish the fact that philosophy has its proper domain and that it issues from a special faculty, and if, by knowing fully the true character of it, we have at one and the same time the explanation of the superiority of its role and of the inferiority of its resources. If the human mind needs to make this distinction in order to make its penchant to philosophize legitimate, it must with still more reason be invoked as an excuse by an author who has risked writing a book on philosophy, that is to say, of writing about questions which have been debated over and over again since man first took it into his head to write. Great as would be the extravagance of pretending to reveal primary principles which God has intended to hide from the sight of men, for equally as great would be the presumptuous folly of attempting to solve within the sciences one of those questions for which a host of minds, many of the great minds, have sought a solution without finding it, and of attempting to settle in a doctrinaire fashion an issue which the centuries have left open. Nevertheless we may be allowed, without 598. Offending the rules of wisdom and modesty, to propose some new clarifications, which tend on the contrary merely to prevent doctrinaire decisions and absolute dogmatism, in which, to use the words employed 23 centuries ago by the father of history, it seems unlikely, however man may desire it, that he will ever reach knowledge that is absolutely certain. 5.